Hello, welcome to the November 12th, 2024 Club Cubase livestream. My name is Greg Nendo and I am the host of the livestream today. If you've not attended a livestream before, how it works is you could ask questions in the live chat field or send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. When asking questions, if you could specify which version of Cubase you're running, so if it's 11, 12, 13, or 14, which level that you're running Cubase at. So if you're running Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro, and which operating system, that information is often very helpful. We'll go through all the questions chronologically as they were asked. So if you don't see an immediate response to your question, if we could avoid asking and repeating the same questions over and over again, that would be appreciated. Clear my throat. Excuse me. And so that would just make the live stream go faster. So if you don't see an immediate response, we will go through all the questions chronologically. We should have an index of all the topics in today's live stream pinned with timestamps to the top of the comments field several hours after the live stream ends. And if you wanted to search for topics, I believe there's over 36,000 topics that we've covered in previous live streams. You can go to cubaseindex.com, and we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating a wonderful website so you could quickly search out topics. I also have a Word file that if you want to email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, that I could share with all of the topics. So if you want a 700-page Word document with all of it, so you could quickly search, I'm happy to share that. You can email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. We want to also give a special thanks to Agent K and Jazz Dude that serve as moderators. They're not Steinberg employees. They just make it a better community experience. And another wonderful resource of information for the Steinberg community is check out the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord that Jazz Dude puts a lot of efforts into. It's a wonderful resource. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America. I primarily focus on Steinberg products, and I'm presenting from the United States just outside of Washington, D.C. in Alexandria, Virginia. If you're watching us live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. And with that, we will go ahead and go through the questions. All right, so we see Fly V from Winnipeg. It says, hey, Greg, I'm having issues getting my Cubase Pro 14 through Splice. Steinberg Download Assistant has error message. Besides installers, I have no download access code. My product downloads have failed messages on all of the software. So I think, and then I haven't gone through the Splice experience for where you could kind of pay for Cubase in installments, like a rent-to-own model. I know that I believe my understanding is that if you have Cubase 13, if you are on the Cubase 13 plan, that you'd have to have your Cubase 13 completely paid off, and then you could do the update. So I don't think that you could immediately switch from Cubase 13 to Cubase 14 without an additional charge. So you might want to check with Splice to see, and I'm not sure if they had everything set up initially from the launch day. They probably did, but I don't have any interactions with Splice for that. But I would perhaps check with Splice, but if you are going from Cubase 13 to Cubase 14, I think, in lieu of the upgrade cost, if you wanted to switch, that there is, you could pay additional money to get your license transitioned to Cubase 14. But probably Splice would be best to be able to help you with that. All right, so a question from YPE. Hi, Greg. Can I copy volume edits I made inside an event, the new style? So I think that these are really intended, because a lot of times when we do volume changes, these volume changes are really designed for this one particular event. So changes made to a different track probably wouldn't make that much sense if you were going. So I don't think that we could copy these. So let me just select some here. So if I select those, I don't think that we could copy those. So it's really, the design intention is that it's going to be for one particular event, and that if you have events that are copied, so let's say if I copy this event with this time with these volume changes, that we could hold down the Alter Option key and then those are automatically copied over. But it may not make much practical sense to have like your volume changes for one event be applied to another. Like I could see where it's just data, but you know, if you have a tom-tom part and then you want to copy it over to a kick drum, if the source material is different, it may not make that much sense for workflows. So it's really kind of designed for, we're going to have the automation for that one particular event, and that's not like a copyable thing because it's intrinsically tied to the event. All right, so we have D. Halkip watching from Northeast India. Thanks for joining us. Always great to see Tim K. Says grateful for the opportunity to be joining once again from Zeist, Netherlands. His cat Buddy is waving a paw to my cat Steven, who's asleep on my office couch behind me, sleeping all day, sneaking out at 5 a.m. in the morning, and to Mark Rabin's dog Stella and other pets that are nearby. All right, so we see Home Studio World checking in from Jordan. We have Alexander Plasko checking in from Breezy, Connecticut. So we see from Patrick, hi Greg, the drum machine samples aren't copied to the project's audio folder. It's because the samples are being accessed when we like drag samples in. You know, these aren't in the project. These are going to be samples that are used for this particular instrument. So when we're doing this, that's why, and when we want to load this up into, if we make a drum machine kit that we liked, we don't want that necessarily to be, we want that where all the samples will still load up in other projects when saved as a preset, as opposed to being in that particular project only. If you wanted to take the audio files and drag them to the project window, I know some people will do that for Groove Agent samples. But you know, this is going to be a plugin that's going to be utilized in, you know, other, you know, the intention is that these samples could be utilized in other projects and aren't going to be tied to the project. So if the project gets archived, those drum kits will still work in other projects. And we see undo and redo equally don't work for the drum machine. So again, we could think of this. So let's say if I come over and I select a sample here. So we have the undo right here within the drum machine. So it may not be the edit history, but if we make a change in, so let's say if we come over here and I change the pitch, and let's say our duration or decay here, that as we come over here, we have kind of the local undo directly from within the drum machine itself. All right, wonderful to see Ayuel checking in from Switzerland. Great to see you back. All right, Patrick asks, I've also noticed plugin interfaces not opening automatically when inserted in Cubase 14. All right, so generally that's going to be just a preference. So if we come over, I think it's, if we come over to VST, we'll just, I think there's, maybe under plugins, open effect editor after loading it. So if this is unchecked and I hit apply and we load an insert plugin, so let's say we open that, we don't see the interface. If I remove that plugin and check this preference, so again under VST to plugins to open effect editor, when after loading it. So I'm going to apply, and now when I come over, we could go to open our studio delay, and the plugin interface automatically engages like so. So check that preference again. So under VST to plugins, open effect editor after loading it. All right, Cal Richards asks, hi Greg, during the version 14 presentation you indicated it was possible to test compatibility of project, create it in the pro version and a lighter version such as AI. Can you explain how? So let me just come over here. So one of the things you could do, and I'll show this on Cubase 13, we could do this, I'll show it to a different extent. So I'm just going to hold down the Alt or Option key after starting, and then we'll get this little prompt that says, please select the program version that you want to start. So here you could choose the lighter version. So it used to be that Cubase Elements, AI, and LE were all kind of one program, and depending upon the license that you ran, those features would be available to you, and that Cubase Artist and Cubase Pro 13 were one program. So now all of the Cubase versions are one program. So when you start, hold down the Alt or Option key, and then what you could do is, like, let's say if you're preparing a project for someone that has Cubase Elements, and you're like, and you know, you're worried that they may not have the same plugins that you have in your Cubase version, what you could do now is just come over here, hold down the Alt or Option, and as you start, we can say, I want to start in Cubase Elements or Cubase, and I think it goes down to LE and AI as well. So all the versions. So then you could open up the project in Cubase Elements and see if everything plays back as expected, and that way you know that your project will work in lower versions of Cubase if you're collaborating with someone that has a Cubase Elements or AI LE. So hold down the Alt or Option command, and with Cubase 13 Pro you could run Artist or Cubase Pro, and with 14 it's all unified into one program, and depending upon the license you have, that is the feature set that's available. Okay, Gary Strauss asks, hi Greg, I'm confused with the eLicenser service closing down. I have an older Windows XP PC running Cubase Studio 5 and Hypersonic. Do I need to change the license from the dongle? Thanks. So Cubase Studio 5 and Hypersonic will not work on the new Steinberg licensing. So it's going to be from Cubase 12 and higher that works on the Steinberg licensing. And when the eLicenser service is closing down, that means that you're not going to be able to activate a new license or activate or access the eLicenser for updating older versions of Cubase. So if your license is, so you probably have the licenses already. Those licenses will continue to work as long as your USB eLicenser works. So it's just for activating new licenses or updating licenses to new versions. But if you have Cubase 14 Hypersonic, has been discontinued over just about 20 years now, and Cubase Studio 5 is probably 17 years old as well. But so those won't be migrating to the new system, but they will continue to function and work with your USB eLicenser. All right, Patrick asks, how do I remove velocity and other CC data with the notes I delete in the pattern editor? All right, so let's come over to our pattern editor here. Let me select. Okay, so let's say if we have notes. All right, so as soon as I delete the notes, the the MIDI, the velocity, which is associated with a note, is automatically deleted. I don't think that there's a reset all command, but we could, if we had, offsets on particular notes. So let's see, if I remove, we can see that that will still stay. And let me see if I hold down, and if we just want to click, so I don't know of a kind of reset all function, but if you come over and, so say we have these, the repeats will disappear. If we come to our offset, if you hold down Control or Command and click in the field, that will automatically reset it, but I'll kind of pass it along to see if there's a global reset function that could be added. I don't know of one off the top of my head, but I'll pass that along. But you could, velocity will be deleted, and other ones you could just Control or Command click on the field, and that will reset it to 0. All right, wonderful to see Benny on. His questions, when I want to make a project backup, an error message comes up, have all tracks active and record off in all tracks. What am I doing wrong? Cubase 14 Pro. So let me just try this. I'll try to back up this project. So I'll just choose backup project. So I'm going to create a new folder. So every backup needs to go into a new folder. Okay, and now I will come over here. I'll just call this our November 12th backup. All right, I'm going to close this project and let me open my November 12th backup. So I will just come to my documents. And the projects, let me just find. So November 12th, 2024, and let's go into our backup and activate it. So it looks like everything is working, but make sure that you, when you do the backup, so again, you go to File, to Backup Project, that you define a new distinct empty folder. And then from there, you should be okay. But let me know if I did anything differently than you did, Benny. Great to see you on. Wonderful to see you on in Stockholm. All right, so we see from Patrick, hi Greg, what is the best way of extracting a custom mic mix of an orchestral library, commonly CC 22, 23, 24, from a single region and apply it to all regions in an orchestral arrangement? Okay, so let me just add a couple of MIDI tracks here. Okay, so let's say I have, I'll just add those particular CCs. Okay. So let's say we have our beautiful composition there, and Add 2 more controller lanes here. Okay, so let's say my CCs look like this. All right, and those are our 3 values. So let's see if we could copy them with the logical editor. I'll draw in some notes here. Okay, so we want to copy the CC 22, 23, 24. So let's try going to the MIDI logical editor. And we want to select type is equal to controller. And we'll say our subtype is going to be, and we'll do this. So we're going to choose subtype and select the controller number. All right, so we now are saying we want to copy, and we want to change the Boolean condition to or. So let's come over. So now if we did this right, we could select. All right, and now I want to copy. And let's see if I select those 3 events. All right, looks like. All right, and let me just glue this together. And we could probably turn this into a macro. So now when we double click, let's say we go to, we can see that the CCs are automatically copied. But let's say if we want to copy this, and let's go ahead and merge those. So I could select each one, and I think we could run this as a macro. So we're going to manually, we could do this logical editor preset as a first step. And let's come over to our key commands, and let's make a macro, and we'll call this paste copied MIDI CC. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is we're going to, if we want to do this at the same spot over and over again, so I'm going to select the top one, and what we want to do is we're going to paste at origin. And we'll say paste instead. All right, so we're going to paste at origin. We'll add that command. And then I think we want to glue from the edit menu. Let's add that command. And let's just the down key. So we're going to nudge down. and then we will add this command. Okay, so let's say my CC for this particular part, I will draw in some additional CC data. Okay, so I'm going to select all of the CC data of 22, 23, 24. Let's apply. So we're going to copy that. So we select that. Then I'm just going to manually copy. Then I select this event, and we run this macro. So we're going to paste at origin. We're going to glue the events, because when we paste, the two events are going to be on top of each other. Gluing the event will merge it, and then we're going to move down. So if I come here, if I did this right, all right, and now we can select the next one and run the macro. So you could see that we could just kind of do that. You may have to select the individual parts one at a time, but you could so use this logical editor preset to select all of those particular MIDI controllers, copy that, and then you could run the macro here to then paste and merge that MIDI CC data into other events. And that would, when you choose to paste at origin, that would place that MIDI CC values at the same time, regardless of where the mouse or the play position is. So you could try that. All right, we have Patrick Becker checking in from Germany. Thanks for joining us. We see Stefan Larson from Sweden. Thanks for joining us again. Always wonderful to see Uno Memento checking in from Finland. All right, my chat field jumped on me. All right, and we have Tony Trunzo from Australia. Thanks for joining us in the middle of the night. All right, we had Artist Known as Love on. Wishing everyone well. Artist Known as Love wants everyone to hit the like button. All right, we have Jason Sykes from England. We see Tyreman Guitars. We have Val. This is Cubase woohoo. All right, we have D. Halkip just saying 14. We see Jan from Cubase Index thanking Jazz Dude for all his work with the Cubase Nation Discord. We have Alex Tintu saying hi. Martin from Germany saying hi. It's Cubase 14 and Windows 11. All right, so we see JD and JJ. How do you prevent Cubase from scanning certain plugins when it's starting up? So, you know, if you could tell which, so as Cubase is starting, it could look, if we go into your particular folder. So if we go to your studio menu, we could go to your VST plugin manager. So if it's a VST2 plugin, you'll see kind of like, once you click on the information here, you could see all of your VST2 plugin paths. So if you have a plugin that's outside of that path, what you could do is just simply tell it not to look in particular folders. I know some people will go through and, you know, in the old days of VST2 plugins, you could just rename it, like instead of, you know, awesome reverb.dll on Windows, that you could just say awesome reverb.dl_. So some people, and with VST3 plugins, they will go into a common VST3 plugin folder. And if you don't want those particular plugins to be scanned, you could just take those plugins out of that particular folder as well. Okay, so Val just says, got to be honest, I didn't have as much fun as I had since 14 in the last years when producing. So great. Thanks to Steinberg team, such wonderful improvements. That's great. We're happy that you're enjoying it. I think it's been a lot of fun. All right, so we have ACO just says, hi Greg, is it possible to automate the modulation depth? So let's say if we have, just add okay, so let's say we have just a okay, so let's put this in like a quick loop. All right, so let's put a modulator on it. So I just want to come over, we'll just open this up and let's assign a modulator. So let's just add LFO for this. Okay. All right, so what you could do is we can see kind of the modulation, the depth here. If you wanted to, let's say, go to like the MIDI remote even. So I'll come over here, let's put this, and I will just take the modulation depth here, and I could right click and go to my MIDI remote and apply the mapping. So if you wanted to be able to just automate that, you could do that. So if you wanted to automate it externally, you could do that, but let's come over and just say as we're want to. So let's say if I go for the track here, so you can see the depth there, the modulation being automated. So if we take the automation off, this will be, so, you know, so if you want to, you could just externally automate it, or just, I think it looks like you could automate it just by clicking on the W and the right automation button there. All right, so we see Val just asking how to link two automation lanes together. So if it's going to be like on a particular plugin, you know, now we could use like the macro knob. So let's get to the modulator here. I'll just delete this. So let's go ahead and remove. So let's say I want to take, we'll make a macro knob, and let's open up the instrument. So let's say I want this filter here. So I'm going to just click on here. Let's move our cutoff. And let's say I'll just put like the volume plugin on. Click here. And let's say if we want to now automate our macro knobs, we'll come here. So we can automate the filter, and the filter and the volume here will be linked together. You could just automate those parameters. So let me know if that works for you, Val. All right, Tim Weinheimer says, hello all, enjoying Cubase 14, diving in head first. That's great. We have Dallas LaRue checking in from Las Vegas. All right, so we see Spa Dogs, says Cubase 14, Mac M1 no longer remembers my control surfaces when I save projects or templates, have to load them again each time I start Cubase. So I saw some reports of that, and I saw someone on Facebook that just... what they did, they were complaining about it, and then they just I forgot what they did. It might have been resetting the MIDI ports, but I think it's an issue that Steinberg is aware of, so it might be addressed in an upcoming maintenance release. So we've seen some discussion of that, so we'll see if it comes. All right, so we see Mark R. Just says, greetings from Denver, loving Cubase 14 Pro Score Editor, wondering if there's a way to output tablature for guitar or bass. So currently not, but I think what we'll see is a number of updates coming with more and more functionality for the Score Editor. So I think we'll hopefully see, more stuff coming, and, including guitar, tablature, and bass. It's not going to do everything that the Score Editor in previous versions did, but as you can see from the pace of development from the Dorico team, that they work quickly. So, and we have Rick France checking in from Pacific Northwest. Thanks for joining us. All right, Home Studio World says, thanks. How to use or connect to Groove Agent with a drum track. So the drum track is going to be, we could think of the drum machine here being completely separate, but if we add, let's say, a Groove Agent, and I wanted to use the pattern editor, we could come over to, let's say, Groove Agent SE, and let me undo that. There's one thing I should point out. So let's go to, when we go to add our instrument, we'll see Groove Agent SE. So here we can see event type. And now I could come over and let's add it as a pattern event. So we go to add track. I will load a kit with the programs. Come to a quick beat agent kit. All right, so now that I'm here, I'll create a drum map for an instrument, and we go to the editor. Sorry, that now we can play. So as we do this, we'll say, okay, we just want to play. And I can use the pattern editor with any other MIDI device. But the actual drum parts, so this way we're using the pattern editor, and we could just kind of come right over here and program. So while it's not the drum machine, we could use any source, and when you go to add the instrument track, you could choose for it to add a MIDI part or the pattern editor. So if you wanted to use the pattern editor for Groove Agent, that way when you double click, you could automatically use all of the pattern editors with any MIDI device. All right, so we see from DefCO, hi, can I see other things than volume console in the mix console? So when we come over to your mix console now in the lower zone, I'm not sure if it's 14 or not, but this is going to be kind of the full scale mixer. So if we wanted to see all of your routing and inserts and sends. Instead of it kind of being broken down into inserts and sends, we can now just kind of see everything right here. And when we go to different tracks, we could just see when we go to the editor how the heights will automatically be recalled between our different editors. So if I was doing my drum machine, I could have this be at one height. When I go to the mixer, I may not need to see as much on the project window for editing, so we could have independent heights for each of the lower zones. But let me know if I'm misunderstanding the question, but you might have to just bring that up and make it taller for you, and then you could see all of your other parameters, and we could open up different sections exclusively. So if you want to see your inserts and sends all right here on one particular area, or we could just say, okay, now I see sends and inserts all together, which is what a lot of people wanted to see. All right, so we see Bratman Studio just says the upgrade page for 14 says this upgrade is not for Splice, so it might take a little time for the Splice upgrade and update information to be carried over. Marcus Strymon asks, Greg, is it worth to go to Wavelab Elements if I have Cubase Pro? Seems like a lot less plugins, etc. You know, they're kind of different tasks. So if you find yourself doing a lot of straight audio editing and mastering, you know, so I would, if I was doing stuff like, you know, radio edits, podcasts, book on tapes, those type of functions, Wavelab has a great set of tools. I think Wavelab Elements is great for, you know, still being able to burn a CD and give it to someone, to be able to prepare for different streaming services and kind of mastering workflows. So it depends on, you know, if you see yourself doing a lot of mastering in the future, I think Wavelab Elements is a great program to get into. All right. All right, so we see question, pattern don't follow project tempo when changed to BPM. Is that correct? I would think that it would, but let's go ahead and just verify. So let's say I have this horrible pattern. Let me go ahead and I'll take my cycle off. Let's add a tempo track. Okay, so listen to it. So yep, follows the tempo track. All right. So your favorite color says, loving the new quantize features. Want to know if there's an unquantized, like to make a perfect drum programming less perfect. Is that rough quantize, or is there another feature I'm missing? All right. So I'll just program just a quick drum machine here. Just so, you know, if we are, so let's say I want to make this just a MIDI part quickly. I'll load up preset. All right. So, you know, if you wanted to make things more human, you know, there's a lot of different things that we can do. So let's say I want to take just this particular instrument, and let me come over here to my drum editor. All right, so okay, so let's say we'll just show velocity only here. All right. So let's say, okay, I want to come over here. All right, let me make this 16th notes here real quick. All right, so, you know, if this was like really boring, you know, if we just, even in a part, if you just go to quantize, you know, you could do stuff like, I want to apply swing. So let's say this is a really boring pattern. I could now come over here and we'll see where you could say, okay, so we'll go to just like the quantize settings and we'll see you could have like your safe range. And if you wanted to apply soft quantize where it's only going to be kind of percentage based, we could do that. When we go into like our quantize panel, if I wanted to adjust like the swing factor here, so let's say I want swing and then I quantize. You can hear it on the hi-hats especially. Let's say, okay, let's quantize it with a higher swing. And if we want to put in some so there's all sorts of functions to kind of make stuff, you know, randomly earlier, randomly late. When you're on any of the MIDI tracks, you could also go to, like when we have the track selected, there are MIDI modifiers, and here you could choose to randomize. You have multiple, you have, you know, 2 random targets, and you could choose to randomize position, pitch, velocity, or length as well for any MIDI part. So. All right, great to see Soren on. All right, Retirement Guitar says, still in Cubase 13, how do I copy and paste plugins from one channel to another on the mixer on a Mac? Okay, so let's come over. Let's say if we go to our full screen mixer and I have a series of plugins. Let's say, okay, we have inserts here. And you can do this in the lower zone on 13 as well. So if we come over here, and I'm just going to grab this. Let's see if it's... Let's say I select the inserts here. Copy. I'm going to select that channel. Copy. And we'll come over here, select this channel. And I think that we could just paste just like that. So and there are ways that you could drag as well, but just right click on the inserts, copy, and then go to another channel here. Select that channel, go to your inserts, right click, and paste. So give that a try. All right, so we see Daza Direct says, hi Greg and all, thanks for the brilliant walkthrough. Can't wait till the update comes through to Nendo. Thanks for including updates for us color blinders. Yeah, I have bad vision too, so I always like to see that and work with people that are blind. All right, so we see from Jeffrey Spence, hey Greg, do you know when we should have Nendo 14? So I think it's probably going to be next year, probably early next year. So but I don't know the exact time. Hasn't been announced yet, but you can see that's going to be pretty soon because now that Cubase is out. All right, wonderful to see Louis Che checking in from Chicago. Thanks for joining us today. All right, so we see Paul Daly says, "Hey Greg, Ireland here. Modulators to external instruments soon." I think that they're working on it, but there's a lot of the modulators that are too fast for the MIDI for external instruments to respond to. So that's kind of the tricky part of over the MIDI specification, that it's to going to external instruments, because just about every external instrument is still on MIDI 1.0 protocol instead of MIDI 2.0. So a lot of the speed transmission, I think that's the issue. So we see Soren says, "Greg, a follow-up question to the step input chord change on the notes. Is there a simpler way to let the chords into the MIDI than to press the full chord with the left hand, like using chord pads?" So I haven't really, I was kind of playing around with it, and I didn't really find a great solution. So one of Soren's questions last time was, if we have a rhythm, so let's say, right now we look at this, we'll make this full screen. We have a rhythm that was step inputted. So we come over and we'll just listen to this rhythm. And let me just... All right, and so after doing step input, I had a brain cramp on this last month. If we come over here to the chords, and now we can play chords and replace the chords as we play in utilizing the same rhythm. So we could, to replace the rhythm, like if you just played one note in a cool rhythm, you could now come and activate just the MIDI input, and we could take that rhythm and just play chords. And then we could take that basic rhythm and automatically do it. So I haven't found a way to get the chords, like the chord pads to do this, and I might just have to juggle windows around. I will continue. So if you don't want to play the chords, but Rise, even if you're not a great keyboard player, like I am a terrible keyboard player, I should have taken more class piano in college. But you can just lay out the chord, and say, okay, I want these notes, and just, you don't have to be proficient to, I want an E. I want a B, a D, F sharp, and a B. Then you could just, you don't have to play those chords in real time. I'll spend some more time working on it, but I may have to juggle like different windows around to see if I could get the chord track to be the basis for replacing those particular notes. But if you wanted to replace an existing rhythm with chords afterwards, instead of the step input, click on the MIDI icon here, and that will automatically replace the particular rhythm with chords and erase the notes. If you just want to put in like a quick rhythmic idea and then go in and replace the chords in step entry, you could do that as well. All right, Martin is just asking, Greg, is Drum Machine a kind of replacement for Groove Agent? No, I think that they're two like really different workflows. So obviously we can make, we could have sound. So the Drum Machine, when we work with it, is going to do drum synthesis, but there's a lot of other functions. Like I don't have to run it as a VST instrument. I don't have to add a MIDI track. I don't have to have an audio track that's kind of automatically done. It's always available here in my lower zone. Is there a lot of crossover? Can there be a lot of crossover between the two? Certainly there can be, but there's, but I think that as you work with it, like I wouldn't use the drum machine to mimic a a multi-sampled acoustic drum kit where you're going to have 32 velocity layers on a snare drum. That snare drum mic you could feed in via bleed into the overheads, into the room mics, and into other mics where you could do stuff like that. That's where I think Groove Agent is still going to survive and do really well. So I think that there are two tasks, and instead of modifying Groove Agent to make it something different, just gives you a more immediate and accessible approach to getting drum started, plus all the drum synthesis capabilities. Stuff like working with slices and having loops that are automatically auto warped to tempo, stuff like that is going to be more of a Groove Agent function. This is very fast, get a beat done, very simple approach. All right. Okay, so we see, hi Greg, loving new update. Is there a way to freeze the modulators in place like MIDI modifiers? So if we have, I think that most people are going to just come over. So let's say if we have like Retrolog here, and we have the modulators going on. So let's say if we have this continuing on, I'll extend the length of this note. So I think what most people do is they don't necessarily want to edit the MIDI CCs, but if what they could do now is to just come over, and if you wanted to bake the modulators in, you could just go to your render in place, and now we could just render the audio file with the result of all the modulators just in the audio file. So I don't think it's going to write MIDI CC data into the MIDI part like we would get from the freeze MIDI modifiers, but I think the ultimate goal is to have it included during the audio mixdown or render in place. So let me know if that makes sense for you. All right, so Tim K says Cubase 14 contains spectralayers Go. Go, is that a secret, separate version of spectralayers not listed elsewhere in the Steinberg site? How is spectralayers Go different than spectralayers Pro? So I think what was spectralayers 1 in previous versions in Cubase 13, 12, 11 is now migrated to be spectralayers Go. So it's kind of the, it could remove vocals. So it's going to be a lesser feature-rich version of spectralayers, but that's the one that's going to be included with your Cubase license. All right, so you see Gerald Ely joining from Martinez, California. All right, so we see Equilibrium says, I hope you won't pass on Black Friday. So if you're looking for, I guess it's not directed at me, but if there will be Steinberg promotions, remember that Steinberg has a whole host of different programs. So Black Friday is a good time to have a promotion. So, I wouldn't expect a Cubase related Black Friday promotion, but I'm sure someone is thinking that a lot of people are doing sales and it's a good time to do promotions on plugins and other Steinberg titles. Okay, so we see Frank R. Ice Cold Productions says, with Cubase 14, I cannot drag and drop a MIDI part from timeline to my Mac desktop anymore. It works in Cubase 13. Bug fix, please. Okay, I'll just try it here myself real quick, and we'll see. Okay, so I'll take this Yeah, I'll try 13 as well, just quickly. Okay, so this is 13. Okay, I'll pass that on to the team. Thanks for letting us know. I'll make sure that they're aware of that. Sorry about that. I don't think there's any preference settings for that. Sorry about that, but I'll make sure to pass it on right after the live stream today. All right, so we have Arif B checking in from Holland. Thanks for being online with us. All right, so James Dalzell asks, hi Greg, can you explain how to use the drum outputs in the group setting and how to split each drum to separate tracks? Okay, so let's do a new project here. Okay, so let's add a drum machine. And okay, so let's say we want to, I'll come to editor here. All right, let me just see if I, okay, add it as a MIDI part, sorry. Okay, so now let's say I come over to my editor, I'll randomly do a pattern here. Okay, so now we have this, we look at my mix console. I'll remove this previous track. Okay, so now we will come over to our mix console. Everything is going out of one output. And so if I wanted to spread these out, I'm going to go to the drum machine. And we go to the group. So here we can see our output. So I want my kick to go out of output 2. Let's say my snare out of output 3, my clap to output 4. And let's say I want this to go out of output 5. So now we can just, as we work with that, we go back to our mix console. Everything can be bussed out directly there. So again, in the drum machine, come over to the, you want to select the group. You'd see all of the sounds in the drum machine, and then you could see the 32 stereo outputs from there into your mix console. So let me know if that makes sense. All right, so we have Fengluzon on. Thanks for joining us. All right, and his question is, hi Greg, how to combine two different key commands like yours and mine together? Do I need to use the software to combine both, or just open one and copy the other info? So I think, I don't know of a way. There's probably is a way of taking the, because I think once you save the key command, it's going to be an XML file. I'm not a XML genius by any means. You know, most other software besides Cubase stuff, I'm kind of an idiot on. But I'm sure that there might be a way. I don't know of a way to do it, but if you're clever with editing XML data, that you might be able to keep your key commands and take the macros from mine and merge them. So, but it would probably involve XML editing. All right, A question from Bratman Studio. Hi Greg, Rick here. If I upgrade to 14 Pro, will I still have 13 Pro as an option to run? Also, will my 14 find my Absolute 6 automatically? So once you upgrade from 13 to Cubase 14, your Cubase 13 is completely intact as it was. Your Cubase 14 is installed in addition to that, and it will carry over your preferences, your plugins, everything from your Cubase 13 will be migrated over to Cubase 14 for you. So you'll still be able to access all your Absolute 6 instruments without having to reconfigure anything. All right, so we have John A. Walker from Cosmos Original Records. Thanks for joining us. All right. 808 King, hi Greg, can you now move tracks around in a regular mixer page and a lower mixer page in Cubase 14? So yes, that's one of the things that's been long overdue. I had that question so many times, so it's great to be able to come over. So let's just open up. I'll just open up a quick file here. So I don't have all of my normal recent files. But let's say if I come over here, and it's a great thing with Cubase 14, is when you go to the mix console, if I want this bass part to be here, we can just move it within the mix console. There's also keyboard shortcuts that are available. So if you kind of right click on a track, you can say move selected tracks to first available position. So you can move it all the way to the top, all the way to the bottom, or just move it up and down. And I have these kind of assigned in my MIDI remote. So when I come over here, I could take this particular track and move it up, or move it down, or move it to the top, or to the very bottom. So you can do it from different key commands, but you could also finally, long overdue, be able to drag your particular track as you see fit as well. And if you want to do for multiple tracks, you could select multiple tracks here and drag those over. All right, wonderful to see Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. All right. All right, the Studio International asks Cubase 14 Pro. Hi, Greg. Is the Shimmer reverb in Cubase 14 Pro the same as the Shimmer reverb in a Montage M8X by Yamaha? Enjoying both. So I don't think that it's actually the same. I think it was developed in-house, but I'm not 100% sure. I haven't asked the development team on that. But usually the plugins are kind of developed. There has been, you know, we've used like some of the impulse responses that you see in Reverance came from like the Yamaha Rev 1, which was the first convolution reverb hardware piece. It was like a $20,000 reverb. And we see that some of the Steinberg plugins are going into the Yamaha consoles via the VST Rack software, but I think it was developed independently. That would be my inclination. All right, so Martin asks, Greg, I also have cross-graded to Nendo 13. How do I manage to upgrade Nendo 14 when available? I know Nuendo's update path is behind Cubase, but do I have to upgrade by a separate fee? So yeah, when you upgrade, when you did the cross-grade to Nuendo, you'll be able to update that to version 14 and Cubase to 14 kind of independently or separately. Or if you just say, okay, I want to get the new features and wait for it to come in Nuendo, you could do that as well. All right, 808 King says hit the like button. All right, so we see Sven Isaacson says it's great that we can finally move the channel in the mixer, but there's a huge issue when the channel is moved into mixer. It's also moved into project windows. Or any way to sever this link? So currently they're kind of tied together, and I think that makes sense for people, so that that relationship is clear to people. I think it would be more confusing to people if it was in different locations in the project than the mix console. And now you have the ability to, to initiate where it's moved, like from where you're at. But currently there isn't a way to decouple those functions. They're going to be tied together. All right, Ashby Unlimited asks, every time I load Cubase 14, I get the safe load message. It says loading without plugins, etc. Even though it closes fine, any ideas why? So even though it closes fine, there could be a plugin that crashes on the way out that's not releasing memory. And you could check to see what the message is at the top. It may indicate which plugin is kind of misbehaving. But when it's doing that, it's because something crashed it on the way out. It may have closed and looked fine, but there may have been a plugin that crashed. All right, so we see from Fengluzan, can you please show me how to create an initialized track that will set CC values, modulation, expression, volume, breadth, brightness through logical editor command or project logical editor macro, and send it to Cubase to initialize the track when recording or setting up at the beginning of the track? Is it possible to set a command that will first set the mod to 100, expression 100, and other parameters, the values I choose, and it will work with the tracks that I will choose? Thanks. So I think the best way of doing this is, let's say if we have a MIDI track, there's a MIDI plugin. So you could do it on a MIDI track or an instrument track, doesn't really matter. So if you go to your MIDI inserts, and we go to MIDI control. This is what most of my composer friends will do. So let's say you want modulation to be 100, and you could just, we want expression to be 100, and so you could have up to 8 MIDI CCs here. So any MIDI CC that you choose, and then when you start the project, like when you start playback, these controls will be your initial value. So you could set up this and just run it as, so this is going to be the MIDI control plugin, and then you could just simply take that MIDI control and set the values for all your MIDI CCs. So most of my composer friends have that, so they could set an initial values for their string instruments. All right, wonderful to see Daniela Tokan from Bochum, Germany. Thanks for joining us. All right, Fridiak says, hey Greg, just want to express my gratitude for your efforts with these Club Cubase sessions. No dog cares about their users like Cubase. That's great, but it's... thank you very much. It's very kind words. But yeah, the development team and the planning team and everyone that puts so much effort into Steinberg, they make my job easier. So I'm happy I get to communicate what they've created. It's a really beautiful piece of software. So. All right, so you see Tim K says, just as some gravy for Cubase 14, at least in Windows, the whole interface, including the bar on the top, goes dark, as in dark mode. So yeah, one of the new functions that was introduced in 14 was they've done for Windows 11 dark mode and light mode. So, and we have that ability on the Mac for a while, but it just came to the Windows platform. All right, so we see Eric B says, question, when I'm in the right zone in the media, I don't hear the samples. Is there something in my audio connection? So generally when we're over here and we go through, like, and we want to listen to our loops and samples, so as soon as I come here, we could audition our different samples. And if generally, since this isn't added to a particular track yet, this will be routed through the control room. So try going to your audio connections and go to the control room. And what you want to see here is we'll say, okay, I want this audio to go out of my control room. If I go to my control room and my audio connections and I have the control room open, And let's say I have my output turned on. So generally I leave like a stereo output disabled, not connected. Now when I come over here, it's not going to play. If I go to my audio connections and go to the control room and turn it off, so if the control room is on, now you get audition. But if you have the control room, make sure that, if I don't go to the wrong window, that if the control room is turned on, make sure that you want to add a monitor. And then like say I have my Yamaha HS7s and that we want to come over here and we will send the audio out here and set these outputs here to not connected. So we want to have the physical bus defined, but we want the audio to now go through the control room. So now we can audition our different loops in Media Bay just like that. All right, great to see Kaiwa and Franklin on. All right, he says that he has Cubase 14. He has not even opened it yet, so you'll hopefully over Christmas and the holidays you'll have some time. But yeah, it's a great version. All right, Tiago just says, Greg, can you show how to use modulators for Shimmer plugin and others? Okay. So let's say I just want to so Shimmer is a new Reverb plugin. All right, let me just open up a project here. Okay, so let's say we want to take our guitar here.
First met.
All right, so let's say on this track I want to, we'll make it a stereo file. We want to now, I'll just get to my inserts and let's put Shimmer Reverb on. Okay. All right, so now all right, so let's say I want to modulate maybe the intensity here or the frequency as well. So let's come over and I will right click on the parameter and we could say modulators. Let's add a modulator. So let's do just a quick LFO. And now what we're going to do is as we play, we can see. So let's say I want to take this and over 2 measures. And maybe I want this to start a little higher. Or maybe I want it to be like have a little more modulation, kind of the depth. Maybe I want this to ramp up. You change shapes of it. And let's say if I want to also just take this frequency, now we can watch that frequency, or if you want to do a different modulator for that, you can set that as well. But that's just one kind of way of using the modulators for effects like this shimmer reverb there. All right, so you see Fridiax just says, wonderful update, Cubase 14, excellent work, Team Cubase, really enjoying new features. Cubase is always the best DAW ever made. You see Kaiwen Franklin got the update as soon as he saw it last week. It's great. All right, so we see Barry Lerve show says, or Barry Lerve, hi all from a cold southwest France. Greg, is there a play button for the drum machine or pattern editor, or is it necessary to run the program to hear them? So they will work in conjunction with the playback. But the beauty of this is, like, if we come over, let's add a drum track. All right, so as soon as I hit play and we go to the pattern editor at this point, so when I stop, so this is always going to be kind of in sync with the transport. So there's no like independent play, but that way it's just always synchronized with the transport there. So if you wanted to. So there's no, so it's just kind of working in conjunction with the Cubase transport so that you could have drums playing and the pattern playing without having to have a separate transport that turns off or on independently, because people could get confused when you hit play and this transport is in stop if it should be automatically play. But this way you could just have one particular track, and if you don't want to hear everything else, you could just solo that particular track there. Okay, so we see DaVinci Girl asks, what is with the backup and empty folder in version 12? Do you still have version 12 installed to answer 12 related questions? I do, but there's no change from Cubase 12. So when we do a backup project, it's going to put it into a brand new folder. So the intention is we're going to have a folder that doesn't exist, and that folder, as we define it, will have the backup. So this way it can minimize a lot of errors of people putting the backup into a project and then moving a folder and affecting the backup. So when you're doing a backup project, you'll be prompted to define a new folder. Once a new folder is defined, at that point we just say so we hit create. Now we select the folder, we can give it a name and different options. So every time you want to back up a project, it's going to then take all of the files and copy them to that new folder, so that you don't have to worry about if you have files that are in different folder locations. Like if you have audio files in different hard disks, different folders, they can now just be all the audio files used in the project can be backed up right into the backup folder. So that's why it asks you to start from a blank and create a new folder for the backup. All right, so we see Roland Stuff, who's checking in from Sussex in the south coast of England. Thanks for joining us. Peter Stett asks, Peter from Sweden, when do I get real copy from beginning when working in Cubase Pro and 13? I do not have to convert MIDI or WAV files. Okay, so if we have, let's say if we copy, I'm not sure if I understand the question, but if we copy like a MIDI event here, hold down the Alt Option key, that is a copy. If we want, so if we move this MIDI information is copied. Now there is something called a shared copy. So if I want to hold down my Alt or Option plus the Shift key, now with a shared copy, when I make changes in the piano here, for instance, I move these up or down, you'll see that these changes are going to automatically be reflected in this part as well. So when I make an edit here, this is going to be, those edits are reflected into this event. Now when we have an audio event, so let's say I move this bass recording over, so I come, this is now playing the same audio file. So while it's copied here, it's actually just repeating the same file itself. So these aren't two separate files. This is one file. And if I wanted to make this a separate file, we could go to Audio and choose Bounce Selection. So now I have that selected. We could just choose the bounce selection. And this is one of my favorite features in Cubase 14 is the please do not ask again on replace events. I'm going to leave that up for like a month or so as we go through the transition. But then I could replace, and then this is a copy of that, but it's a separate audio file versus if I make a copy of this, it's playing back the same file. So, but I'm afraid I may be misunderstanding you, Peter. Let me know if I completely missed the point of your question. All right, Tiago just says, Greg, can you explain the new performance meter in detail? All right, so let's take a look at it. Okay, so I have a file here called CPU distribution. All right. All right, so I'm going to activate this project, this file here. All right, and I put like a multi-tap delay with a big FX pedal on it. All right, so when I'm playing back, and I'll just add a couple instances of this. And this particular plugin takes a lot of resources, that preset, because it's basically like 15 plugins in one. All right. And I will just, so let's say we are playing this track back, and I'll add a drum track here so we could see differences. All right, we'll get to the pattern editor and instant. All right, so we could just ignore kind of the sonic capabilities that's going on. All right, so when we come over, let's look at the new performance meter. And we could see, like, if we run into problems, we can see, okay, just running that particular plugin on that, we could see kind of where any dropouts would be. And what it could do, let me just add another plugin or two on this track. We'll do some heavier plugins. All right. Okay, let me run our multi-band compressor. So what we could get it to do is to actually give you an indication of the tracks that are causing the issue. All right, so now we can see that, okay, after like all the plugins on that one particular track, this one track is overloading the CPU core. So it's going to actually show us which tracks are causing the problems, and it gives you ideas. Okay, do we need to adjust the ASIO guard? And instead of having to go to a different window, do we need to adjust the buffer size? Or do we need to just come over here and we can see, okay, this is the track that's causing problems. Do we need to freeze the track directly from here? So it gives us an idea of which track is actually causing the problems and remedies to fix the performance. So this way it's not a mystery if you have, like, 26 tracks playing and one track is overloading and causing your performance. You could isolate to find that particular track and then choose to freeze it, render it in place, or adjust your buffer size, etc. right there. Okay. Okay, so we see JMac 2050 says great update, but can we get instant audition of presets and sounds like complete control do? Having to load up presets, Hallian kills the workflow. All right, so let's take a look. So let's say so you mentioned Hallian. I'll just show Hallian Sonic since everyone has that. Here, I'll just add it one more time because I added it as okay, so let's say I'll come over here and I'll just sequence something here quickly. All right, let me just snap my marker here quickly. All right, so let's say I want to So here I am. I could just try in Hallian my different sounds. So if you wanted to audition different sounds, you know, you could just so if you're auditioning sounds, you don't have to necessarily stop. You can, you know, just audition just like that right in Hallian. So I don't have complete control, but you know, it seems pretty easy to audition sounds. So once you have that open, all right. So we see from Mark Rabin, oh yeah, my family and I am home with Stella even. Everyone give a big woof to Mark Rabin's dog Stella. It says loving 14, not digging the clip gain fader. Anyone got a key preset for up and down clip gain? So all you'd have to do, Mark, so say if we have your, jump back, so let's say if we have an audio file in and you wanted to adjust the clip gain, there is a keyboard shortcut, and I think it's going to be found, and it's in earlier versions as well. You'll see it under increment and decrement event volume. So you could increment or decrement event volume. So if as soon as you come right over here, you could adjust the clip gain level, and that would do it in intervals of 1 dB. So if we choose decrement instead, so we could assign these to keys on your MIDI control device, and that will automatically adjust the volume of the selected clip up and down 1 dB. And this is also, so you know, this may take just a little while to get used to, but let's say if you have your clip here, you could go to the bottom left-hand corner and adjust the handle. We can now use the pencil tool, and if we want to put in different clip nodes, we could do Bezier curves. We can now come over, and if we wanted to take just a section of audio, I could just select a clip here with the range tool without having to split. I could also come here, and let's say if we wanted to adjust, we could draw in different clip gains. So if I wanted to take that, I could take a selection of clip gains and bring all of those up or down. I could compress or expand. I could also tilt these up or tilt from the beginning down. So we have a lot of options here. So it's a lot more flexibility, but you don't have to always split. I could just take a range and say, you know, I wanted to take this range of the audio with all those clip gain changes and increase or decrease. And you could use the increment event volume, decrement volume to do that selected range as well. Everyone give a big woof to Mark Rabin's dog Stella. All right, wonderful to see Nick on. See, we've been on for an hour and 40 minutes, and I'm at 24 minutes of questions. All right, I'll do my best to catch up. All right, see Kai Wen Franklin is asking how is the weather in Sussex. He's thinking of relocating to England. Michael Teams is giving out virtual ice cream. Everyone always appreciates that. So Kai Wen Franklin says new drum machine in Cubase looks very interesting. There's lots of great stuff you can do with that. All right, I may have lost the questions. All right, I have lots of questions in my future. All right, so I think I'm okay. Don't think I lost any questions. All right, see Mark Rabin says Stella's dog loves Cubase, treats in her Cubase family. All right. Michael Teams wants people to whack the like button, and Kai Wen Franklin's just hit it. Thank you. All right, you see, I got my favorite flavor from Michael Teams of 1 gallon of Kahlua mocha ice cream for my family and myself. Thank you very much. All right, so we have John Works checking in from Noonan, Georgia. Thanks, John, for being on and joining us. All right, so we see from YMIR, it says, love new modulators. I think if instrument tracks got the ability to send MIDI sends in the future, it would be perfect with the Shaper mod, kick, bass, sidechain, any other way to do this. So if you want, if they are MIDI tracks and the MIDI track is going out, sometimes it could be complex of being able to kind of conceptualize the signal flow when they're on different tracks. So that's why it's kind of all the modulators are all on one particular track. So it would be perfect with the Shaper mod, example, kick, bass, sidechain. So, if you want to, do sidechaining, you can. Some of the modulators will, let me just delete a couple, all right, so let's say I want to find a beat. All right, so we have this going on. All right, and let's find. All right, so let's say we have. So if we wanted to do example kick bass, so let's say if I want to go to the envelope follower, so just in case you weren't aware of this, so let's say I go to the envelope follower and I want like this bass to have its volume. So I'll just put the volume plugin on here quickly. All right, so I'm going to say I click on the plus, I'm going to control the volume plugin on the bass, and we're going to set the sidechain input. And we'll say, okay, I want this coming from the drum track. So now as soon as we... So as we come over, let's just put that in a quick loop. And then even if you want to do you could also just have it be unipolar or bipolar. So this way the envelope follower, like the bass is now being controlled by the drums. So this way another source could be like the driver for the envelope shaper as soon as you activate the MIDI, the sidechain, the audio sidechain. Okay, so we have a question from Gio. It says, hi Greg, please demonstrate how to crop or remove notes outside of a pitch range. For example, notes not in pitch range of B3 to G4 are muted or deleted using the MIDI logical editor. Okay. Okay, so let's say we want Okay, so let's say we have notes starting. All right, so we want to delete notes that are not in the pitch range B3 to G4 using Logical Editor. So we'll come over here, let's go to MIDI, we'll go to our setup. We'll just remove these, so we want to delete, and we'll say notes, and we'll say their subtype, which would be pitch, is going to be outside range, and we'll say, I'll just get the right notes, so let's say B3 to C4. Okay, so any note that falls outside of B3 to C4, we will want those deleted. So now I select that, I hit apply, and every note that's outside of that range will get deleted. Let me just just choose that. So the pitch is outside of the range B3 to C4. And then that should do the trick for you. All right. All right, so Michael Team says Hot Mess is all up on Cubase 14. Expect to hear new features and upcoming songs. Okay, so we see Benny says, I sent you an email with a video clip when I tried to do backup project. Okay, I'll take a look at it, Benny. Thanks for sending the email. All right, wonderful to see Brian Sawyer on from Beulahville, North Carolina. Thanks for joining us today. All right, Darren Flake is saying, hi everyone, new Cubase version, congrats. All right, Jazz Dude just says, please show left and right faders and the volume plugin for people who don't know it exists. Yes, this is one of the new plugins, something that's handy. You may notice it here. So let's say we have just a volume. All right, now I'll just go to my mix console. And we'll go to our tools, and we'll see our volume. So here we can see our left and right volume controls. So if we wanted to now add more gain or take gain away at different stages in the process, you could use the volume control, and it will show the meters for your for the channel width of the particular channel it's on. All right. Let's see, Millard Brown says, hi Greg, lovely but chilly day here in Pennsylvania. Hope you're well and happy. So doing great. Yeah, it's about 60 degrees here, Fahrenheit, in DC area, so it's usually pretty similar to what you have. Okay, so Millard Brown says, so I got caught by the missing plugins demon. Yeah, some old standbys that were VST2 and are not currently available in VST3. However, there's so many capable replacements for most. Now, one trick that you could do, if you go to your studio menu to your VST plugin manager, I don't have it on Apple Silicon because it doesn't run VST2 plugins, but there is a button here where you could enable VST2 plugins. So it's disabled by default. We're trying to get everyone to transition. So, but your VST2 plugins, you can re-enable them here. So we didn't shut it off. So if you're on a Windows platform or running an Intel Mac or running an Apple Silicon Mac under Rosetta, you can just click on Enable VST2 plugins right here from the VST plugin manager. All right, Michael B asks, is there a way to have time of selected track from 0, 0, etc. in a project with many songs, so clock starts when sing begins and stops when okay, so just reading this again. Is there a way to have time of selected track from 0, 0, 0, etc. in project with many songs, so clock starts when singing begins and stops when the end and the next sings the same? So if you want, so I'm not sure if I totally understand, but let's say if this was song 1, song 2, song 3, song 4. So I'm not sure if you want all of these to start at like a time code of 0. So, if you want the time, they're going to be like 1, 0 in a project. Now, if you want it to play, so let's say if I come here, now if you want it to automatically stop when it gets to the end of a song, so let's say if I just put a marker, so let's add a marker track. We'll call this ends. So if I come here and I put a marker at the end of each song, one of the things that we could do, I think if we go in the transport menu, there's a play until next marker. So let's say we're playing here, we have a marker right there. So let's say, okay, we'll play till next marker. Let me just stop. So we say play project range, play till next marker. And then if you wanted to, go to the next marker, you could do that, but there is a play to next marker, but I'm afraid I may be misunderstanding your question. All right, so we see Witty Music asked, does render selection finally name the track and not just the event? Hoping this is fixed. Turn MIDI to audio, won't name the track. So I think it depends on the level of processing. So let's say we'll call this drum loop. And if I wanted to render these, so if we do a render in place, and we go to our render settings and I set it to dry, it will carry over and call it drum loop. If we do our processing in it, so we'll try our channel settings and hit render, then that's carried over as drum loop. I think it's when we do like the full processing, but let me just check, see if it's changed. And I'll just add that's when the name changes there to the output routing. But if you're not using like the sends, it will automatically carry, if you're not routing it with the sends, it will automatically carry that over. Otherwise, it will have the name of the output. I'll mention that again to them. All right, Mark Rabin says, wow, I did not know indie heights for the lower zone. That's a cool feature. Kai Wen Franklin just says, Greg, I have a question. Are other DAW file formats going to be added to Cubase 14. So I think it's, it doesn't make sense to, have a, we've been in discussions with other DAW manufacturers. So one of the things that's new in Cubase 14 is the ability to import and export a DAW project file. So if, this way people that are running Bitwig or Studio One could take all their projects and graduate to Cubase and migrate all of their project settings over. So this isn't like a specific file format for a DAW, and I think if we did that, it's it's easy enough for a company to flip a switch in software to make sure that it's not going to be compatible. So I think what you'll see Steinberg continue to do is to create and embrace industry standard formats. So I don't see like us opening up a specific project from a DAW, but hopefully other companies will jump on the bandwidth, and I think Steinberg doing the DAW project gives it credibility as the first third-party source to do it. All right, so we see jump toes. Is there any way of using external instrument plugin to record multiple channels of MIDI and then bounce them one by one when the MIDI device only has one audio stereo out? So it's a limitation of the instrument. That's really the cause. If you only have one stereo out, you could create multiple, if you have multiple audio outputs. So if your instrument has one stereo out, you're going to have to do it one at a time. It's just a limitation of the hardware to do that. All right, so we see, hi, can we save the pattern layout like for a different instrument than drum machine? So let's say I want to, we'll come over, let's add an instrument track, and I want this for Retrolog, and I want to create a pattern event. Okay, so we'll open up Retrolog. I want to okay, so we have bare space, and now when we come to the editor here we'll come over, we can just see that we'll have some pitches. We could add additional pitches. So I can say, okay, I want to take this. So now as soon as we play this, and if we wanted to now just I can say, okay, let's make this so at this point we could do other sources like that, so we could just change the pitch. So let's say we'll make this F2. And E2. So we can use it with other devices pretty easily. So now as we, and let's say I just delete this, and now we could have that pattern play. So it doesn't have to be used with drums. And then once we drag this out, so one of the things that you can do, there's kind of a one-way conversion that, we could have this pattern on our project, And then I could take one of these and convert it to MIDI, or the selected ones. So I could have this pattern that we could import, or I could take this MIDI event and save this as a MIDI loop as well. But we can't take the MIDI, convert it into a pattern, but we could take the pattern and convert it into MIDI. All right, wonderful to see Perti Komenen. All right, so Dennis asks, I never found the option to save a preset with audio files in the drum machine. Maybe someone knows how to do it. So let's say we do a new drum machine. I will come over here. All right, let's go to, I have some one shots in here. So let's say, let me just go back to my drum machine. So once I come, I can add all right, and then we would just say, okay, let's we'll see the option here of save track preset, and we'll say November 12th, 2024. All right, now I go to a new project. And we would go to user presets, track presets, drum. We see November 12th, 2024. And now the samples are just recalled directly from their location. So once you saved a preset, that will make the link to the audio files that are the samples. And so that's all you had to do, is just save as a track preset. All right, wonderful to see Jay from Secret Studios. Mark Rabin asks, Greg, trick question. Are there many things that you play with in Cubase that you do not show us here because of obvious logic, but would like to tell us to explore some of these options? Nothing comes to mind. I don't try to withhold information. So, it's whatever, if there's any insights that I could pass along with as, during answering questions, but I don't think it's like, oh, I'm going to save this and, keep it for myself or anything like that. When I used to go visit music stores earlier in my career, I used to make kind of a habit of showing, I would pull one guy aside and spend 5 or 10 minutes, and I'd say, here's a secret trick in Cubase that no one else knows, and I'm going to share it with you, but you can't tell anyone. And then I would pull someone else aside when they didn't have a customer, and I would share a different trick. And I would do that for 4 or 5 people on the staff of the sales floor. And then what they would do then is, being kind of salespeople that talk a lot and very loquacious and very outgoing personalities, they would all try to one-up each other, and they would show each other their secret Cubase tricks. So they were all training each other. So that was my thing. But I don't really, and a lot of times I don't, Cubase is my job. So if I have time off, I will on weekends spend a lot of time working with Cubase. The last couple months I've spent, a lot of time preparing for the Cubase 14 detailed walkthrough. So I'm up to speed with it. But, it is part of my job, and sometimes it's good to get a little break from your job on weekends. Even though I still love playing with Cubase. But I don't really, think of, I'm just here to answer anyone's questions. So nothing that I hold back for you guys. And any questions, I'm happy to answer. So Jay from Secret Studios. Hi, Greg. Could you please demonstrate how light and dark modes work on Mac, please? So I think if we go on the Mac OS, if we come here to your system preferences, I think it's maybe under general, I could put my Mac into dark mode. And now when I go to my titles, my menu options, we see that it's a dark background with white text. So if I want to come back, so that's dark mode on Mac. And if I want to go back, I like light mode myself, so we have light backgrounds, but people's preferences can change, and that's why we allow support in both. Okay. All right, so we have Sagar Rana Magar watching from Nepal. Thanks for joining us. It's wonderful that people are watching in Nepal. Feel honored. All right, so we see from Millard Brown, question, download assistant keeps telling me to update to Halion Sonic Orchestra, 13.51 megabytes. I've updated it, but it always wants me to update. All works fine, just don't want to have a bad configuration. So usually, I mean, the Halion Sonic Symphonic Orchestra is really just a sound set that works inside of Halion, so I'm not sure why it's always trying to get you to do that. I could do some more research on it, Millard, to see, but if it's loading up in your Halion fine, then I think you're good. All right, Mark Rabin says, remember that now is the time and the time is now. All right, Bratman Studio says 150 watching, but only 81 likes. Please hit the like button. So, yeah. All right, so we see George Nowick. Nowick, great to see you on. Hope you're doing well. His question is, he's in Seattle. Previously, the way to route a stereo signal through a channel strip separating left and right was by going into direct routing and manually editing. Is that still the best way? So I guess let me just take a look. So I guess another way of approaching it, so let's say we have a stereo audio track. And if we had two mono groups, so let's add two group tracks, and I want to make the channel configuration mono. Then when we come over here, if we open up, let's say, our audio channel, and we go to the channel settings, and we go to our sends, we can say send it to group 1, send it to group 2. All right, and we'll just say it's 0 dB. So we could set that, and then each of the groups, when we go to the groups, we can say group 1, since it's a mono group, we want it panned left. Group 2, we could pan that to the right. And on their particular channel strips, we could have individual processing on the channel strips. So if you wanted to do independent channel strips, so now we're sending this track to both groups. Each of these groups will have their own independent channel settings if you want it. So at that point, that's another approach to do it that might be a little easier, George. See, Mark Rabin says it's not a fan of the clip gain fader. It seems hard to access. So I think that once you kind of know where to grab, it's pretty easy to work with, Mark. So let's say if we have an audio loop, track something that's a little longer here. That once, so even here, if you just kind of go not to the very corner, but just in the lower left-hand side, that's pretty easy to get. So even when the even when the event is pretty small, you could just kind of grab and you'll see where it turns into a hand, and then that will allow you to do that. But again, you could use the up or down key commands to increment or decrement the event volumes. All right, you see DJ Showcase says, hey Greg, I'm not sure if this was asked already. In prior versions of Cubase, you can drag from the bottom and copy track inserts, etc., but I can't see you do the same in 14. Is it still possible? So, we showed it earlier. Let's take a look. We showed it without dragging. Let's say, let me just add some more audio tracks here. Okay, we'll set up inserts here. So let's all right, so see if we could do dragging. All right, so let's say I have my inserts here. I hold down my Alt or Option key and just drag and drop. Let's try it from the lower editor. So let's get to our mix console here. We'll make this larger. So I want to take this. So I drag by the inserts name, hold down Alt or Option, and then just drag like so. So again, select from the inserts, and you may not see it turn on until you hold down the Alt or Option key, and then release, and all the inserts will be copied right over. All right, so since Mark Raven's talking about the keystroke for up or down, all right, so I'm going to select this particular audio event here, and I'll assign it to my MIDI remote. So let's say I want this to be up and down. So I'll just come over here. We'll say let's increment event volume up. Okay, so I'm going to hit the button, we'll apply that, and we're going to choose to decrement. Okay, so now I have this button that increments and this button that decrements, and we can do that in intervals of 1 dB mark. So let me know if that works for you. All right, so we have a question for Robert Daisyweb. Can I exclude some plugins from being affected by the delay compensation? So, the compensation is going to be kind of on or off if you have particular plugins. If you go to the constrained delay compensation, if this is the delay compensation that you want, you can adjust a threshold. So if we go to your preferences, I think it's under, let's say VST. So here's the threshold for the delay compensation is set to 20 milliseconds. So you could adjust a threshold, and maybe that would allow some plugins to come in and others not to. But it's not an individual plugin. But you could do it via the threshold and use that as the basis. All right, so we see George from Germany says, "Hi Greg and all. I'm working on Cubase 14 Pro at the moment. I keep getting the message Zoom to event is not currently available. Any idea why that is so?" All right, so I'm not sure if it's so let me know like when you get it. So sometimes there are anchor points that could be utilized. Sometimes if we go to preferences and we go to editing to zoom, we could also say use selection start as the zoom anchor, so that when we zoom in, it's going to use like the start of the event versus the project position, which is what previous versions were doing. And I'm not sure if, let's say if we have this event in twice, so if you're triggering it from, there's a zoom function where you could say zoom to selection, where we could, select, just the particular selected event could be zoomed in. But let me know what you're doing before or after, and then we could try to figure out what's maybe triggering that, or if you could do a short video and maybe share that to clubcubase@steinberg.de. That'd be great. Be happy to try to figure it out. See, Christopher Seaton says, "Man, being able to move the group tracks in Mixer now is just blowing my mind how useful it is." All right. See, Mark Rabin says he hasn't changed his workflow. He's just using the drum machine track, Shimmer, Reverb, and studio delay. All right, so we see Vincenzo says it's possible to route a line from step sequencer to many different instruments. So I think it's going to be on one particular instrument. So when we go into, so I'm inclined to say no. That's going to be that we don't necessarily have the ability to come over and route. So let me just get to the drum machine here, and I'll just load up a preset so we have some more content. Okay, so now when you get to the pattern editor, so here there isn't a provision to route it to different MIDI ports or to different MIDI channels. The drum editor can allow you to do that, but not in the pattern editor that I know of. All right, wonderful to see Daniel checking in from Croatia. Thanks for joining. Tyron Guitars says he's found spectralayers useful for remastering some music, removing the vocals, and remixing. All right, wonderful to see Randy from ProWash DFW. Glad you can make it today. Hope you're recovering well. Okay. All right, Tim Weinheimer asks, can you go over the new range tool functions for editing audio in Cubase Pro 14 for Windows? Yeah, let's take a look. All right, so let's look at some of the range functions. So there's a lot of like cool new functions with range editing. So one of the things that I had to make a macro for, which wasn't the funnest macro to make, is to just select the range between events. So I could double click and select the range between different events. If I wanted to select everything, the range up until an event, I could double click just to the left of the event and have that range. When we select a range, it's going to be the contrast is more obvious, and we can see what particular parts of the range are selected. And as we showed before, I can now just take my range selection, and if I want to adjust a clip gain without having to split, we could do that as well. A lot of functions are now available within the range tool. So if I have the range where we would have to split separate parts, so if I hold down the Alt option plus the Command or Control key, I could slip the audio within a range, again, without having to split. I could, if we zoom in here, let's look at when we see the phase between the events, I could select the phase here, select just that range, and go to my audio menu and invert the phase, again, without having to split. So, but also some handy things. Let's say it used to be if I had partially selected a particular event, and let's say I wanted to move this range, but let's say if I had these events here selected, I could move the range. And if I had part of an event selected, so let's say I wanted to move partial parts of the range and make a copy of that, I could hold down my Alt or Option key so I don't have to split the range that's between events. So I could just kind of move that without having to split. There is a new function also where, and I believe it's a preference. We go to editing, and we can see within our range tool. So the one preference that we saw is the range tool splits partly selected events, but we could also have like the range selection follows track selection. So now if I select a different track, I could just have that particular range automatically follow the track selection. If I have a range selected, I could also hold down the Shift key and click later and extend the size of the range. So if I want to say I want the range to go to right here, hold down the Shift key, and then the range selection will automatically follow the new choice if you want to extend the range. So lots of really handy, great new functions utilizing the range tools that were introduced in Cubase 14. All right. See Tim K just says, thanks for the clarification on spectralayers. Go. So you're welcome. All right, so Tyreman Guitar says, is the 32 outputs on in Cubase 14 or is it in Cubase 13 too? So the drum machine has the 32 outputs. So and so as we want to go to the drum machine, so as we add a drum machine, and we'll come over here. So the drum machine has 32 stereo outs. When we go into our group and go into the output routing, since the drum machine wasn't in Cubase 13 and earlier, but if you're using, let's say, Groove Agent, so let's say you have Groove Agent SE, and we load up a quick kit here, that we could have 32 stereo outputs inside a Groove Agent SE as well. So if you have like a Beat Agent kit or like an Acoustic Agent kit, you can route all your 32 stereo outs. If you have a Beat Agent kit, we could choose to automatically come over And when we see our output routing for our different, when we come here, we can go to our edit, and then we could send to our 32 stereo outs. So we see Hallian Sonic has 16 stereo outs because it's 16-part multi-timbral. So the drum machine has 32 outs, so that's new in Cubase 14 because it wasn't in earlier versions, but a lot of the other instruments have multiple outputs as well. All right. All right, so we see from Gregory Hervelit, I'm very curious to see how Dorco works in Cubase. Is there a way to enter notes step by step? Will we be able to do without a third-party editor to edit scores for students? What are the limits? So yeah, you could definitely, I mean, you know, Cubase had great scoring before. Now it's kind of migrated over. So let's say if I want to, you know, and a lot of stuff is just kind of a smarter approach. So let's say I have a piano. So when I double click and we go into the score editor of a piano, it's going to automatically be a grand staff. So if we want to do step input, we can say, okay, I want to do quarter notes, and now so, you know, we can now come over and just do step input. So very kind of easy, and you know what's really great about it, I'll just show like some different examples. The intention is to make it like very easy to, you know, when you're kind of starting different things that, you know, you don't have to do a lot of work with it interpreting kind of like your different notation aspects. So we'll take a look at an example here. So let's say like, okay, I have, you know, a flute part. So we look at this in our score editor. All right, you can see that, you know, it's automatically putting in the slurs. You know, it's like these musical interpretations. It's automatically labeling a flute. We come over here, have the abbreviation. We could see it in kind of an editor view. We could also see what it's going to look like on the printed page. When we go to different parts, let's say, okay, I want to look at my guitar part. So we could look at the guitar part, and this will automatically put in like the slurs for phrasing. It will automatically put in where these notes are kind of have like separation at this rhythm that's going to put in the staccato notes. When I go to my bass part, it automatically is working in bass clef for me, you know. So we have lots of different settings at kind of the layout level. So if we wanted to, you know, have large time signatures, or we want to put in different instruments, so how this instrument should be abbreviated. Do we want stems up or down? What's our default display quantizing for tuplets, as well as, you know, triplets? Do we want staccato, slurs, pedal lines, grace notes to automatically be included as well? When we go to like a drum part, I could sequence a drum part if I have it set to a particular drum map. We're set to a drum map. When we go to look at it in the score, it will automatically notate all of the drum parts. Now let's say we have a bunch of rests. We could go to our settings and just say, okay, let's go to bar rest, and let's just consolidate our rests. So we'll say multi-bar rest, so that we don't have to print out page after page. So, and then once we get into, you know, dealing with different lyrics, if we want to look at, pull up like a lead sheet type of function. So let's say, okay, we're coming over here. We could look at, so I have my chord track. My chord track is automatically copied over. We could change our fonts to like a Petaluma font. So if you want to put in all your first rest, second rest, all your codas, all that information, all this is available, and your articulations are available to enter in directly here. So I don't think there's any need for like a third-party tool for entering this. And the beauty of this is, since we're kind of using the Dorico technology, is that we can now export the project as a Dorico project and continue to do further scoring enhancements within the Dorico environment. Okay. So we see Benny says, Greg, can you run your Stream Deck XL in Cubase 14? I can't. I don't have it handy, or I don't have a cable handy that's connected to my computer. I don't see why it wouldn't work, but I could have it set up for Friday's live stream. But it's really, you should just see it as, you know, I'm not sure if you're running it as a MIDI remote device, but it, you know, just sends MIDI messages or keyboard shortcuts. All right, so we see Scott Whitlow. Is there a way to hold down a modifier key and assign a tool to that function? For example, Logic, I hold down the command key, I get the zoom tool immediately. Is that possible in Cubase? I mean, so if you want to zoom, you know, so you could, you know, just hitting like 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, will switch between your different keyboards, you know, tools on the QWERTY keyboard. But if you want to do stuff like zoom, I could, if I hold, just using my mouse scroll wheel, I could navigate left to right on my project window. If I want to hold down my command or command or control, plus my mouse scroll wheel, I could zoom here. I could also hold down my alt. So, you know, we could have kind of different zooming capabilities here. So let's say if I just hold down control, we could zoom horizontally. So just control or command and hold down the shift key, we could zoom, you know, vertically. So there's a lot of different functions, but you could assign different key commands, not necessarily for zooming. Let me clear my throat. Not necessarily to the zoom tool by clicking on the scroll wheel, but if you hold down a modifier key, you could zoom very easily just using your mouse scroll wheel. All right, so we have Caladian Ultima, Cubase and Nendo feature request, microtonal music, especially in notation, score editing, and custom scale editor. So we could have microtonal music playing back. So if we want to incorporate, let's just come over. I'm not sure if the notation will do. Is planned to do microtonal music. It may be, you know, Dorico already does that. So that might be, and I think that the intention is to take your sequence parts and make it, you know, make it look beautiful and musical. And if you needed to do more like advanced scoring, that Dorico is available. So let's say we want to come over. So, but we have part of the VST3 specification is that you could do this with the built-in plugin. So if you want to go to the micro tuner, you can come over and just say, okay, I want this to be equal temperament, or let's make it pure major, so that every time I play a particular pitch, I can say I want this. So we'll say I want to take my E, and then we can make it sharp or flat on every single pitch that you want, and you could change the basis for the key if you wanted to. So you have that functionality. So it's not going, I don't think it's going to notate currently. This is the first generation of the new score editor, but you can do microtonal music already in Cubase as part of VST 3.5 instruments, and that is already pretty heavily incorporated into Dorco, and you could get a Dorco SE. It's a limit of tracks, but I think that you could get into microtonal music there. I know you can in a pro version, definitely. Okay. All right. See, Mark Rabin says, wonderful to see Greg Undo from Washington, D.C. metro area. All right, so we have a question from Tyreman Guitars. Is Nendo always typically ahead of Cubase? So it'll be for the release dates of when new versions come out. Nendo will be often, a couple months behind because there's all the Cubase features plus additional features that will be incorporated. So in terms of release dates, Cubase will be ahead of Nuendo. In terms of feature sets, some of the feature sets will be introduced first in Nuendo and eventually migrate down to Cubase. And we see clarification in terms of features. So we'll see all the Cubase 14 feature set into Nuendo 14 and then other additional functions. Okay, so a question from Scott Whitlow. Is there a way to automatically assign colors to new tracks being created without having to choose a color? Thanks. Okay, so let's do a new project. All right, so one of the preferences that I have set up in Cubase that I like is if we go to your preferences, and you'll see under user interface, track, and mix console channel colors. I think the default selection, I think, is use track's default color. I like to use previous track color plus 1. So now when I come over, I add a number of tracks. Those will automatically be, the colors will be incremented for us automatically. So we look at it in mix console, we have pretty rainbows of colors. So again, there's different options. So go to your preferences, to user interface, to track and mix console channel colors. And default will be gray or basically no color. You could use the previous track color plus 1, add a random track color, or last applied track color. All right, so we see question from Omran Alamudi. Sir, how I changed a chord, example, I have an A minor guitar loop, how to change to F, G, or D. Okay, so let's go ahead and look for like an F minor. Let's look for a guitar loop here. Okay, so let's come over. We'll say electric guitar. Okay, so when we come over, we'll just say, and we could probably just kind of scoot over here and see that the key in this is D. Okay, so let's say I have this loop, and one of the great things is we can now kind of audition loops, and this is a great cool thing in Cubase 12. So we could say, okay, I want to audition it at double time. So we could take this particular loop or half time, and we could say that let's say my project root key here is in, so that loop is in D, my project root key is in E. So I could now just come over here, and as we audition, we could just play, and it will automatically match the project root key. But if we drag this file in, and then we want it to just change, so we have this loop, we're starting here on the bar. So this is in the key of D. I'll change my project root key here. And then I want it to play in D, then G, and A. So I'm going to select this. We could go to our transpose and say, okay, I want this to go up 4 semitones, and then I want this to go up, we'll make this 5 semitones, and then we'll make this 7 semitones. So we could, as we play, we'll have the original key. So you could just come over here and select the event and do a transpose. There's also a transpose track. So if you don't want to utilize that, and if you want multiple tracks to transpose at a time, I could just right click, add a transpose track. And as we come here, we can say, okay, I want this to transpose up. And then in the middle, transpose down to the root key, and now here up 7. So now we could just, all the audio and MIDI could automatically transpose. Now back to the original, up to the 5th. So that's how you can make a guitar loop kind of automatically transpose to different root keys. All right, so we see from Darren Flake, hi Greg, I upgraded to the 14 Pro version. I'm not able to save or load presets and loop packs in the media. Do you know how to fix it? So when you say loop packs, so when I think loop packs, I think of, let's say we jump to our media bay and these loop packs here. So generally you don't save or load presets, but if I was in, let's come over to like a plugin. So if we go to, let's say our stereo delay here, at this point, I could just click on this little icon. We could save a preset, and let's call it November 12th, 2024. Okay, then I hit OK. Now when we do that, if you're not seeing it, in Media Bay, we could come over here to user content, and then we'll see VST3 presets, and we can say Steinberg, and then we'll say, okay, let's go to our stereo delay, and sometimes you may have to refresh it if it hasn't had a chance to rescan, but you could just come over here and see like the user presets as you work with it. And you could also just say in this media bay, if we say, okay, let's go to user presets, VST effects presets, and we could say, okay, we want to look in our delay. We can see our November 12th, 2024 preset right there. So let me know if you're trying to save it as like presets, those seem to work as expected, or if you're trying to save it as like a loop pack, just so I understand better. Sorry for not understanding fully. So Tyreman Guitars says, what I mean is, will it have some features, for example, Nendo that won't come out until Cubase 15 because it's ahead? So generally not. Some things will kind of migrate down, but generally it's not going to be like, oh, it comes out in Nendo first, and then you have to wait for the next generation of Cubase. You know, at a certain point, it may be like, for instance, when we're doing like the loops, you know, this was like a Nendo exclusive feature, like when you're auditioning loops, that we could audition just a portion of a loop. You know, but now we could come over here and we could, you know, and that's available in Cubase. So I wouldn't say that it's a feature is introduced in Nendo first and then the next Cubase will have it. Some features, you know, as they're kind of fully realized by different workflows, may migrate down to a more musical solution as in Cubase. All right, so we see from Tireman Guitars. Also, a reason why the channel colors are red in Nendo with the volume as you play back audio, it's red, not green, blue. So let's go take a look. I don't remember them being red, but I could be wrong. So let me just open up a quick project in Nendo 13. All right, so when you come over here, so I don't really see anything that's red. Let me just check my meter, my connections here quickly. So maybe like the meters here. And I think that could just be preference. So let's come over to like our meter display. So it's got a preference, metering appearance. So, but all these colors can be changed here. So let's say I want digital meters, but if I wanted to change the color scheme, so, but you could, so if it's just the meters, those colors could be changed in preferences. All right, so we see Life of Sin asks, just downloaded trial Cubase 14, never used Cubase, but I'm learning as I go. I'd like to know how to time stretch a sample to fit my project BPM. All right, so there's something called musical mode. So if you have Cubase 14, a lot of loops that you will encounter will have a lot of, and all the loops that we see here in your Cubase will have you know, metadata for the tempo. So when I listen to it, now when I click on this particular file, I could say, okay, this is playing at its original tempo. This is playing at its original tempo. And these may be different tempos. Now I could also, when I click on this little music note, this will automatically make that playback in sync with the project. So if I come here and I listen to it now, we could just say as soon as I select that I slowed the tempo down, that it slows down to match the tempo of my project. Once I drag this and I place it on a timeline, so let's say if I come here, we zoom in, this loop will now be in musical mode. So when it's not in musical mode, so if I had this preview set to be to playback linked to the project tempo, and I drag it in, that will automatically place it into musical mode. So, but if I didn't have it in musical mode, we could play this back and listen to the click. But if I wanted that to follow that, I would just select the event and I could just go right here from the info line and put it into musical mode. Then if I change the tempos, I could just say, okay, let's come here. I want it to be 110. It would just automatically stretch that audio to fit the project tempo. So just when you drag a loop in, just put it into musical mode. If it has that metadata, which is about every commercial loop will, then you have the option to actually have it play in musical mode and be in sync without having to do any time stretching. It'll just do it for you automatically. All right. So we see from Saul Avery asks, can freeze MIDI modifiers be used to capture MIDI from MIDI effects like Scalar 2? It could be used for MIDI effects, but I don't think Scalar 2 is a MIDI effect that will show up under like your MIDI inserts. So let's say if we come over here, we have an instrument track. So, it's for these MIDI inserts, so third parties can write for them. I don't think that Scalar has chosen to do that. They could also do it as part of a VST3 plugin specification, and I don't think that Scalar has chosen to do that. So these MIDI modifiers, when you do a freeze MIDI modifier, so let's say if I have block chords here, all right, and I put a arpeggio plugin on it. I'll go to a preset here. Okay, so we have just kind of like a block chord that's now played back, and then if we go to your freeze MIDI modifiers, we can now basically write the MIDI data that's being generated from here. So we go to your freeze MIDI modifiers, and then we could see that the guitar arpeggiator is automatically created, but that's because it's a MIDI plugin. Other instruments will allow you to do that, but I don't think Scalar has set up their systems to allow you to do that in Cubase. Retirement Guitar says new modulators are really amazing, really loving it. It's great. All right, so we see Darren Flake says, does the automatic delay compensation works for channels, groups, and VCAs? So VCAs don't need any channel compensation because they're not actually processing audio, and you can't put a plugin on the VCA. But for channels and groups, there is automatic delay compensation. Says in our question, how can I read the modulator's section delay? Is it compensated too? When we have the modulators, we could come over. So let's say we have an LFO. Here we could see that, we could set like for a number of measures or different rhythmic values. So, but I don't think there's any. How can I read the modulator's section delay? So these aren't going to impose any delay compensation issues because the delay compensation is handled at the channel level. And it says, and lastly, to DC deactivate it and have some delay, can I input it manually? So, when we come over here, we can see that our Modulation is going to be set to notes. If I click here to hertz, then I could just manually insert the frequency directly here. So if you don't want it to be tempo synced, you could manually put it in, manually put the frequency in as well. Okay, so we see George asks, I've noticed that the reference track I sent to the control room via QSend doesn't work when I have some tracks in solo mode in my project. Is there a way around that? Let's take a look. Let me see if I have this project opened. Okay, so let's have kind of a mix down of this project here. Let me just... So I'll come over here to this track, and so we solo this track. Let's say this is my mix down. So what I want to do is we'll go to our control room, and I'm going to assign this. So we'll come over. I'll go to the Q sends. I want to make sure that this is being sent to no bus, and we're going to send it to, let's say, our Q send 1 at 0 dB. Okay, so now when we come to our control room, we can come over, let's go to our main area, and let's say as we're playing, so this is our cue here. So I'm going to take this and just put like a nasty EQ on it. All right, so that's, let's say, my reference. So when I come over here, we can say we want to listen to our mix. And let's say my mix has track soloed on it. So we'll come over here. And let's listen to our reference. Okay. All right, so let's say I have that soloed, but it shouldn't. And all right, so I think what we need to do is just to take this track and put it into solo safe mode. So I'm going to hold down the Alt or Option key, and we'll see that the solo turns into like a D. So now if I solo a track, it's not soloing my reference track. So say I blow out. So I'm listening to my mix. And now when I come over here, we go to my Q1. And so now I go to my mix. So your reference track, again, just hold down on the solo button. Hold down Alt or Option and click, and that way that won't get soloed. That won't be affected by the solo of the other track. So give that a try, George. All right, so Mark Chiambo asks, hi Greg, I have a drum VST that I wish to change. Let me clear my throat. I have a drum VST that I wish to change which notes trigger which elements. The VST does not have this functionality. Is there a way I can transform a note to another in Cubase? Okay. So I guess if we have, let's just find like MIDI drums here. I think we have some. All right. So, you know, what you could do, I'm not sure if this is routed to anything. All right, you know, is if you have like the MIDI notes here, so, you know, what you could do is just, you know, move these up and down using the arrow keys. If you're in the drum editor, you know, what you can do is just come over, and if you have a drum map set up, so let's say this is, you know, you could change the input and output note. So if you have, let me just come over here, we'll say a GM drum map, and then you could take, like, okay, I want to take this snare drum and change the output note to play back different sounds as well, and then you could just audition that in real time. So you have, once you load a drum map for the drum sound, you'll have, when you open up the drum editor, you could keep the note at the same original position and then just remap the drum sound to play the correct MIDI pitch for the right sample or sound. All right, so we see George says, shame on me, I typed a question, I had the right idea, you solo defeat on the track. So, no worries. All right, so Mati Rojas asked, hey, the other day I asked something, but and then had to leave. My question was, how can I convert 5.1 audio in film order to SMPTE order and vice versa in Nendo? So I think it's going to be kind of handled the same way. So if we want to, if we go to our output bus, so let's go to our audio connections and let's add an output. We'll add a 5.1 output. All right, and here, you know, so let's say you want to go left, right, center, LFE, left surround, right surround. All right, so you could have that set up, and let's say I want to add another bus, and we'll make this a 5.1. So let's say I want this to go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then let's say I want to go 1, like left, right, or left, center, right. I could just change the order. So I could have one 5.1 output that's for film and one that's for AES. And you could just switch the outputs and the routing there if necessary. All right, so we see Paul Claridge says, Greg, is there a guitar tab setting in the sheet music editor? So currently there isn't tablature. I think it's something that they're wanting to implement, but the very first initial release doesn't have tablature or guitar chord diagrams. All right, the 90s kid asks, new to Cubase, my first DAW, how did you get all the colors black? So, you know, you can run it, usually by default, it will run kind of with darkened backgrounds and darkened editor backgrounds, darkened project logical editor, or darkened editor backgrounds. If you go to your preferences, you could go to color schemes and change these. So you could change different color schemes. And before, if we wanted to go to, as we showed, to system preferences on your Mac or PC, you could switch to dark mode if you really like dark, where you could invert like the menu items. So that could be dependent on your operating system for Windows 11 or Mac OS. All right, wonderful to see John Costigan on. We have John Moody sending greetings from Florida. It says he's confused over Hallian VST. It says sometimes I will set the instrument to follow a chord track. Sometimes I record a track using my keyboard. I've had a problem where I delete the recorded MIDI part and the instrument switches to following the chord track. What's up? All right. All right, so let's take a look. So I'm not sure if it's Hallian or Hallian Sonic, but we'll take a look. All right, so I'll just let me put this back on my mix. All right, so we have that going on. So I just recorded a part. It says sometimes I'll set the instrument to follow the chord track. Sometimes I record a track using my keyboard. So let's say we have a chord track. Okay, so I think I might know what's going on. So let's say we have a chord track here. Okay, so we have a chord track. Let's say we listen to it. So I just kind of played nonsensical stuff. All right, and the question is, sometimes I record a track using my keyboard. I had a problem where I delete the recorded MIDI part and instrument switches to following the chord track. What's up? All right, so when you have the chord track, there's this function where you can say use monitored tracks. Okay, so if I delete the event and this track is monitored when we play, all right, because this track is probably record enabled or monitored, or you've selected, and you could also just take that and say use the monitor tracks. Now, if we mute the chord track, so you see as it's muted, now it's not triggering those particular events. So if you have this track record enabled, which could also monitor enable, then the chord track may be auditioning the chords through that. So just, you could probably take that off. You could choose to route it to a different device or choose to mute the chord track, and then it's not going to send the MIDI data out. All right, so wonderful to see Kerwin Young on. Congratulations on being able to go to the Vancouver Film Festival. Great to see Kerwin on. All right, sorry, my chat field jumped. Sorry, I'm way behind today. We have lots of great questions. All right, let me find my spot. All right, I think I'm close. All right. All right, so we see Sacramento Sam, hello, how are you? Hey brother, how can I apply time stretch, multiple tracks, MIDIs, and audio with range selection, track group, or range? That would be very helpful. All right, so if we have a lot of events that we want to do time stretching on, whether it's audio or MIDI, so let me just come over here. Let me just render this. So let's say I have this, I'm going to turn it into an audio file. Okay, so I want to time stretch the MIDI and audio simultaneously here. So what you could do, so let's say we listen to it. So we hear both the audio and MIDI. Now, if we just go to our selection tool, which is the primary tool, and then we say sizing applies time stretch, I could take multiple parts, and now we could stretch the MIDI and audio simultaneously. So there's different modes. You could also just hit the number 1 on your QWERTY keyboard, right above the Q if you have an American keyboard or English keyboard. And then you could just go to where it's a little clock, and then just select the events, grab the lower right-hand corner, and drag, and that will time compress or expand all of the events. Okay, so just see about the dark modes. We just showed that a couple minutes ago. Artist Known as Love wants people to hit the like button. See, Alleyway 321 says Dorco, engine score editor, beat pattern, modulators, range selection, crazy update. Thank you. All right, so just see from the 90s kid how to get the color theme all black like yours, new to Cubase. So this setting that I have here is just the default mode. So I don't think I did anything with that. So, all right, so we see Club to Breathe checking in from Rio, who's recovering from surgery. We hope that you're doing well and your recovery goes well. Thanks for joining us. Great to see you back on. All right, so we see, did Cubase 14 lose the ability to change the channel volume using the up and down arrows? So I'm sure you could still do the ability, so you could use so when I come here and I would program this in my MIDI remote to just increment or decrement volume fader. So I'm just using, so when I select this particular event here, I'll make this larger so we could see it easier. And as I come over here and I select the event, we could increment and decrement the volume. But so you could still use the same keyboard shortcuts or grab the fader. So again, you would see it under, I don't think it's the default key command was up or down, so you might have modified it, but you just want to search for a command like increment volume, increment event volume, and decrement event volume, and then you could program those to whatever keys you want. Okay. Great to see so many new people on the live stream today. All right, so we see Tonalik. Hi, can you use a pattern editor with melodic instruments and set a scale, add ties, and glide trigs? So you can do it. It's not really set up for glides and stuff like that currently, but and it's not set up for scales. I think they wanted to get it out for primarily drum programming, and then we'll see more enhancements coming in the future. I kind of had asked the same question during testing phase. All right, we see that Mark took his dog Stella to the dog park. All right, and it looks like they may be getting snow. All right, so you see, hi Greg, love the modulators. Hope the MIDI sends via instrument tracks come in the future. Would love to send MIDI from kick track straight to other tracks with a shaper modulator for easy ducking. So, you know, again, it's just going to be like the envelope shaper is just going to be triggered via audio. So, you know, if it's an audio source, take the audio output from the instrument and then just simply use that as the input source for, you know, as you sidechain in. All right, so we see question, will there be a Black Friday sale? So I'm sure that there will be a promotion because just about every company in the world will be doing a promotion, but I wouldn't expect it on Cubase 14. I think it would be kind of a slap in the face for a bunch of people that just upgraded a couple weeks before. So, but there's plenty of great stuff. There's plenty of great titles and Steinberg stuff, and we'll see promotions that kind of cycle in and out. All right, so we see question, is it possible to use the Simon Phillips drums in the new drum machine to generate some ideas? Thanks. But again, well, the drum machine is, you know, not going to load up Groove Agent samples. It's a separate instrument, but if you wanted to add an instrument track here, let's add a Groove Agent SE. Let me just, I have to get better at this. So we're going to create a pattern event. And then let's open up. So, you know, the drum machine and pattern editor are different, but let's say, okay, I want to load up Simon Phillips studio drums. All right, so let's come over here. And so I'm going to load up, let's say, that kit. And now I will, let's see if we go to the pattern editor. Let me just set the drum map. Let me create the drum map from the instrument. That's automatically populated now. So we could take the editor here, and let's say we're just going to play this. So I could use the Groove Agent sounds. Just load this up, sorry. You know, so now I could take the Simon Phillips drum sounds. I could use any drum sounds. So, you know, this way you could program beats using, you know, any sound you want, whether it's Hallian, Groove Agent, but the drum machine itself isn't going to play back the Hallian, the Simon Phillips, but you use Groove Agent to play that back. All right, wonderful to see Peter Bada on from Montreal. Glad you could join us. All right, see Henrique Canale says, Cubase has a bug that if you're moving your mouse and accidentally create a point in the automation and change the value, if you undo the point, it's gone and the volume does not go back to its original position. All right, so let's take a look. Let's say I have my volume node here. Let's say I'll set this to -6. Okay, so let's say if I accidentally put in a node, let me just put a node in at a different value. So it looks like it's still there at -6. So if I undo, we can still see that the original node was unaffected. So, but let me know if I'm doing something different than you. All right, so we see Peter's just saying regarding moving track location, would be nice if there's a preference to allow us to decouple the bottom zone from the track list when performing a move. Yes, Sven Isaacson also mentioned that. I'll bring it to the attention, but I think that could also be problematic for a lot of people searching for, when it is decoupled and expecting it to be coupled. So I'm happy that we finally got the function to move the tracks. All right, so we see, is it question, is there a way of making the drum machine save its samples in relation to the project for archiving? So I think the original intention was that the drum samples were saved directly in, that they're referenced with the track preset so that they could be utilized for other projects. What I've seen some people do is as they would drag a sample, they would maybe add an audio track. They would set the output bus here, and they would just like set the output bus to not connected, no bus, and then as they drag a sample in, then the sample could just they would drag it to the project, then drag it into the drums if they wanted to archive. But again, the design intention is that when you use that project, it's going to reference that drum track that you created could be used in other projects, regardless if you archived the project and moved it to a different hard disk. It's no longer connected to the computer. All right, so we have a question from Hershey Pavel. If I create a chord track and a lead track and a brass arrangement track, how can I have it look as a nice double liner in Score Editor? Okay. So I mean, I have like the exact. I have kind of like a brass quintet piece that I could show. All right, so let's say I look at my brass piece here. We'll look at it in kind of the edit view. All right, so so we create a chord track. So, and if we have a chord track created here, and I could probably, let's see, if we get a project and all right, so we see that we could have, yeah, it's probably not the best, but let's just say we have chords. So when we come over, all right, so let's just say we're going to start in, I'll just put some random chords in here. All right, so now when I look at my event, so we have the chord track that will automatically get placed directly above the particular parts. If we have like a chord that's not defined, that would show up as no chord. So we could just see that would, so if you want to do just like a lead sheet, we could come over here and just say, okay, I want to just see trumpet 1 and 2 with the chord track. So we could just have that kind of automatically done, and the chord track's automatically extracted directly into the score editor. All right, Burnt Furberg asks, I want to remove Cubase 12 and only keep 13 version of my Mac Mini M1. Any suggestion how to do that without risking deleting files? So it's really what you could do is, if on your Mac, you know, there really isn't an uninstallation project, so a lot of the files that have, you know, the very first time you open up Cubase 13, it's going to migrate a lot of files. But if you just come over here to applications, you could just drag the application into the trash. Hang on one second, I have my son knocking at the door. Hang on. All right, sorry about that. All right. All right, so we see Arlen Belikov, welcome to the live stream, says, don't know what to ask. I started to compose cinematic music in Cubase after FL Studio. Cubase is great. All right, so we see Robot Smoke says, tempo detection indicates a varied BPM. I want to lock drums to a fixed tempo. Okay, so let's take a look. If we have, let's do quick new project. So if you want the drums to be fixed and the tempo detection showed that it was varied, which is typical. All right, so if we listen to this, we could. So I take this track and go to my project menu. Let's do tempo detection. All right, now we see we have a varied tempo, and I'm just going to see if we have. And we'll say, okay, now I want to come over here. Let's say this is our downbeat. All right, so if I want this to play back at a steady tempo, all you have to do is select the event or events, and we could go to audio, and we will choose under advanced, set definition from tempo. So now what that's going to do is embed all these tempo changes into the audio file. And now I could turn off the tempo map and say, okay, play around 100 beats a minute. And now it's playing perfectly steady, or play 112. Play 120. And we could just change the tempo here. So now it's playing back perfectly steady from something that was varying in tempo. All right. So we see Millard Brown. Question, is there a way to convert from a MIDI track to an instrument track? Old project. I'm trying to get rid of a big multi-channel, multi-instrumental CPU hog by splitting up. So if we have like a MIDI track, so there isn't a conversion per se, but let's say if we have a MIDI track and we have lots of data on it, and I could probably make a macro to maybe expedite this. So let's say we add an instrument track. You know, really all you'd have to do is just take this and copy it directly to the instrument track. And if you hold down the Alt Option key to copy, so let's say if we have this, and then so I hold down the Alt Option key to make the copy, and then hold down the Command key. So if I moved it downward vertically first, then when I go to my Command or Control key, it will lock it in to the vertical space. All right, so we see Hershey Pavel. Will Cubase make an XML file for the Korg PA5X? So do you want it to be like instrument definitions, or do you want it to be like a MIDI remote? So generally with those devices, the manufacturers will make, you know, or users will create those, because, you know, Korg probably won't send us a Korg PA5X. Okay, Robot Smoke asks, do all sends route to the main bus or to a sub? So when we go to Ascend, we add an effects channel track. And here we could choose our audio outputs. So we could choose where you want that to be routed to. Most people will choose to do a stereo out. Some people will put it into a group. So if we have groups selected here, we can just say, okay, let's go to our group channel, and we'll go to add tracks. So we can add our group, and now when we add an effects channel, we could say, okay, where do I want this to go to? I want to go to group 1. So you could have it go anywhere. All right, I know we had a lot of questions that were sent in advance. Let's get to some of those. Thanks for all the great questions, and so wonderful to see so many new people on our live stream today. All right, our first question we had was how to use the play probability and velocity variance on drums. Okay, so let's come over. So let's say we have a drum part here, and let's say it's pretty generic, and let me just put that into quick. All right, so let's take our hi-hats here. All right, so some of the things that were introduced in 14, I want to take just my hi-hats here, and I could select, so let's say we do this, we could have what we call velocity variance. So I could take each one of the drum sounds, and I could say, take like every other velocity and vary it. I want this to be up louder, but I want like the off beats to be lower in velocity. So I could just adjust. And let's say I want these. So now instead of playing back a straight, like with no change in the velocity, we could adjust our velocity variance. And what that's going to do is to take this velocity and vary it by like you know, minus 20, minus 30, minus 40, minus 10, so that it's not playing the same thing. Now we also have play probability. So somebody had asked about this on the live stream recently. So let's say I just have my hi-hat selected here. I want this hi-hat to play maybe every 60% of the time. So we could set different play probabilities. So let's say I want to put in like a snare fill here. So let's say I'll just put in a percussion element here. And now what we could do is I could just take the selected notes here and let's adjust the play probability so that 40% of the time those percussion notes will play. So I could select it here. Let's get to the play probability. So this way we could take kind of natural variations for velocity and notes playing so that we could have a pattern that repeats, but the musical context within that repeated pattern doesn't have to repeat. Okay, we had another question from last live stream last week of we have MIDI CC data. I think this was Val's question. We have modulation. He wants to edit it as automation data. So we see our modulation data here, and I had a brain cramp on it. It's really easy, Val. You can come over here. So I want to take this modulation CC data and put it in an automation lane. So we're going to put it in automation lane. So we'll come over here, go to the MIDI menu, to functions, and we'll say extract MIDI automation. And now we could do all the editing here in the automation lane as opposed to just in the MIDI CC controller. So again, come over to MIDI, to functions, extract MIDI automation right there. Okay. All right, so we had a question, something I've been wondering about for a while in a project. Is there a way for me to divide a song into multiple looping regions that are quick and easy to navigate rather than having a single looped region that I need to continually manually configure? For example, I'd like to define an intro, verse, chorus, bridge, etc., and then just click on that region. It would automatically jump to it and loop it. I've been trying this to see if this is possible, but can't seem to find a way to do this in Cubase. All right, so there's a couple of different approaches. Let me just open up a quick project so we could see this. So if you have, like, this is a good use of the arranger chain, the arranger track. So let's say we'll open up a quick project here where we have an arranger track. So okay, in arranger track, what we could do is define like the intro, verse, chorus of different songs. And if you wanted this to, so I could say, okay, we want, as we're playing, we could activate the arranger track to just kind of play non-linearly. But if I wanted to select a section and hit the Alt-P button, I could select that region and that would just automatically repeat that section over and over again. So I could select the area. So I come here, I want to repeat this, I just hit Alt-P. And now that will loop that section and just keep repeating. So Alt or Option plus the letter P. So say I want to go to the intro and just play that, Alt or Option plus P, select the event, and that will automatically loop and play that section over and over again. Okay. Okay, gotten through those. gotten through those. All right, so we see question, hello Greg, I've upgraded to Cubase 14. So I was wondering about the MIDI preview. I have the audio preview coming through fine. I can see when I click on a MIDI sample that it's trying to play. What is the difference for the routing to preview MIDI? Okay, so when we're kind of in, so what I want to do is I'm just going to load up, we'll do a new project. I'm going to load up a quick instrument track here. Let's do like something that we would preview, something for, but we'll just... Okay, so we have kind of a... All right, so when we want to audition MIDI stuff in the media base, I'm going to come over here. Let's go to our loops and samples, and we have some good stuff in SQL library. And let's say I want like acoustic piano. So when we want to audition like different MIDI files, you know, we're going to have options to... So a MIDI loop like we see here will automatically continue to play that, but if we have MIDI files, we have the option to, let me just see if I have one on the desktop here. All right, so when I'm here, we may have a MIDI file, and if we wanted to audition it, what we could do is we need an instrument for that MIDI, because MIDI itself doesn't have sound. So we can say, okay, I want this to play back through Hallian Sonic, and now it's going to be playing back through this particular instrument. So when we're dealing with a MIDI file, the MIDI itself doesn't have sound, but we can choose an instrument for it to play back through, and that's what we choose right here. If it's going to be a MIDI loop, like we see like with the SQL content, the MIDI loop is basically a MIDI file that's associated with a particular VST instrument and a particular sound, so that when we audition it, it's going to automatically load up. But MIDI files themselves are just kind of like note on, note off messages. And at that point, you could just simply choose an instrument for that to audition and play back through. All right, so a question, Greg, in my previous version of Cubase, the key command to locate previous marker took me back to measure 1.1.10. I didn't have any markers. I used that to get back to the beginning. I did the same thing in Cubase Pro 13, but when my previous version of Cubase moved the entire project window back to the beginning along with the cursor, Cubase Pro 13 just moves the cursor, leaving the project window 5 minutes into the song or whenever. I've set the cursor and moved back to 0 manually. All right, so let's see if we could create that. Okay. So let's say if we're here and we have this project going and we're zoomed in. All right, so let's say we want to go back. So if you want to go back to the beginning of the project, let's say, you know, while it's playing, I can... So I just hit the period key on my numeric keypad, and we can see that that would automatically, let's just come over, I'll extend this over. So let's say we're way over here. So instead of utilizing the markers, just hit the period key, and then that will take you to the very beginning of the project and automatically update the project. Let's see if it does it when it's not playing. So as soon as I do that, but it may not update until you're actually playing, because it's actually reflecting on the playback position. All right, another question. Is it possible to have a sustain pedal or expression pedal through Cubase Transformer to toggle the Leslie switch on a Yamaha reface organ just to go from slow to fast, then back to slow on a second press? Not concerned about the other settings. I found out that it responds to modulation, button on my X key 37 USB, but I have to hold down the button constantly, which is very awkward for fluid playing as it pops back to slow upon release. Would like to get this in my feet as possible. Thanks if you can help. Would be able to get this to work using a foot controller input of my older S80 and changing the MIDI output data in the S80 to send modulation and running MIDI out to refaces MIDI in using a Yamaha FC7 expression pedal. So, it's, I don't think that like a lapse, kind of a binary on-off switch, like a sustain pedal would work, but, you could take any incoming MIDI message, and let's say if you're using the FC7, which I think outputs CC11, and if we go to a MIDI track, you could use the MIDI modulator, the MIDI input transformer. So let's say if I'm here, we'll go to our input transformer. We'll see this on the routing area. And what we could do is we could say, okay, let's put it on this particular track. We could open the panel, and, what we could do is we want to take CC11 and turn that into CC1. So if we come over, we're going to insert, we're going to say type is equal to a MIDI controller. We're going to say our subtype is, we're going to say whatever MIDI message is coming in, we're going to say that's equal to controller 11. And then what we want to do is to take the subtype, and we're going to subtract, and we'll say 10. And what that will do is this will take our incoming MIDI message of our expression pedal directly into and take our expression MIDI CC and connect that down to MIDI expression 1 for modulation. But just a normal sustain pedal, it's just the instrument itself is not, when you connect like a sustain pedal, which is an on-off kind of momentary switch, at that point, it's not going to work with that instrument that needs to send something more than on or off. All right, so we had a question about how to copy notes from one part to another editor, another part in a score editor, or to a different instrument. So this is something that we'll see kind of coming with better workflows with this. But if we wanted to, let's say we look at our trumpet and French horn parts, and we see this. So it's not the easiest thing currently to utilize with this to kind of copy these parts. This is one of the things that we'll see that will get easier and better, but you have to kind of base it upon where the notes would be placed. So let's say if I wanted to now paste those particular events, so we could paste, but it's still not as as elegant as it could be for doing, we see that it's hard to choose exactly which clef it's going into. It will get better, and you'd sent a video, and I passed that along to the score development team as well. All right. Okay. Okay, covered that one already. All right, we'll cover that one. Okay, so let's see, question. It says, I'm demoing Cubase 13 now and 14 has arrived. Can I start demoing Cubase 14 now? So yes, the trial version for Cubase 14 is available. And it says, would the version 13 demo end and the version 14 start, or are they two separate things altogether? So the two trial versions, they should be two separate licenses. Next question, I already have made a lot of setting changes, logical editor, project logical editor, presets, macros with version 13. Do I need to do something specific to carry over everything I've done so far from Cubase 13 to 14? No. So that will all translate over. All right, so we see a question, is it possible to keep the video player afloat on top, like mixer window, even when switching to other programs, so that it can stay open on my secondary monitor all the time? Form suggests that it isn't possible. I wonder if something has changed. So I think that I haven't utilized it with in 14 with video as much, but I think that, you know, as long as, let me import a quick video file here. All right, so I'm not sure if but one of the things that you could do if it's on kind of a secondary screen, you know, if you just kind of put it into full screen mode, I think that should stay. So I'm not sure if you're doing the video on a dedicated screen or not, but just kind of right clicking and choosing full screen mode. And but I think that, you know, so I know a lot of people will have their video constantly open on a dedicated video display, and they often do that just by right clicking and put it in full screen mode. All right. All right, so a question. Can the envelope follower modulator be used to ride the volume of an audio track, such as a vocal or bass track, with the modulator and volume plugin on the same track as the audio you're trying to stabilize? That'd be a little easier than automating a channel fader and or volume plugin controls. So it says, not sure if the envelope follower is bipolar in nature to raise and or lower the volume along the timeline. All right. So you could definitely use it for writing. Let me just open up a project here, just like you want, and we're just going to be using the sidechain input. All right, so let's activate this. All right, so say we have like our drums here. And I'll get to the drum editor. Let's solo just a kick. All right, and let's say we'll get to this synth bass. All right, and we'll go to the modulator. So let me put this in the loop. So we'll say our envelope follower. So we'll add our sidechain input. All right, and we want to control, let's say, the volume plugin here. So I'm going to click on the learn. And then you could just come right over here, and if you want to switch from bipolar to unipolar. So you could kind of work with that pretty easily, just using that. All right, so we see a question mailed in. Does Cubase 14 Pro improve CPU spikes? I currently experience in Cubase Pro 13, even with a small amount of ESTIs and plugin inserts and high buffer settings. So yeah, there's a lot of under-the-hood optimizations that have occurred with Cubase 14. It says, what are the recommended audio settings within Cubase? Activate or not activate multiprocessing. So always activate multiprocessing. ASIO guard, turn on the ASIO guard level. Let's look at it. Depending on your system, but just normal is a great place to be. You'll see the activate power scheme on a Windows platform. Definitely do that, because otherwise your CPU may be throttled for energy saving needs. So a lot of those things. And there's a kind of follow-up question with this. Do you really recommend to disable the i9 E-cores in UEFI to improve CPU stability, such as Intel i9 processors in all cases? So with Cubase 13, we took advantage of all of the particular, efficiency and performance cores. So you don't have to turn those off. We could utilize those within Cubase. All right, let's jump back to some of the live questions. All right. Thanks for all the great questions. Sorry we didn't get a chance to get through all of them today. Almost 2 hours behind. All right. All right, so we have Carl Mussman just saying hi. All right. All right, Carl asks, there are many of my sounds and loops in Media Bay that are minus signs and not available. What may cause this? So when you go to your Media Bay and you notice that there's a lot of red circles, that generally indicates that you don't have a particular license. So you may have downloaded and installed the content. So let's say if I wanted to go to like a Groove Agent, and I look, let's see, I don't think if you see red circles with a vertical line, that would generally indicate that maybe you don't have a license for that particular library. So sometimes people will go into the Steinberg download assistant and they say, oh, all these Groove Agent contents, I'll just download those. But those are often set for higher, where you purchase those separately. So anything that you see in the Steinberg download assistant that is under your Cubase title, or you will see it in your My Products. Okay. Okay, so we see George says in edit menu, the zoom to event is also grayed out. In my Cubase, I select an event and press Shift E, but nothing happens. After a couple attempts, I get currently not available. I'll see if I can recreate that, but it seems like everything is working as expected. So come over here, zoom to selection. So I'm not sure if you're doing zoom to event. Just out of curiosity, see if we go to edit to zoom to selection, if that makes a difference, if that kind of gives you your desired result. All right, see if we get one more. Sam Brashear asks, hey Greg, is there a way to save fader preset for all faders in a project? So if we have a number of faders set here, I think if we right click up here, that there is but there is kind of like a save presets. Let me just see if I have to select tracks first, but there is kind of save selected channels type of function. Might have moved it. All right, so I see that we are out of time. I want to thank everyone. I hope that everyone's learned a new tip or trick. And if you learned something new, make sure that you subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, we do this every Tuesday and Friday. We will also, and you can send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. And we'll see everyone back on Friday at 1 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Thank you very much. Goodbye.